Okay, so this is what, because I remember a couple of days ago seeing that people were like, oh, look, they were lying. They were protecting the Bidens. They were protecting the Bidens. And I waited to go over that at all until there was more information that came out. And I guess more information came out, so.
Has been charged for lying about President Biden.
Oh, wait, hold on. Just 1 second. I want to make sure, because I was doing IRL stuff on the computer earlier. I want to make sure that I have everything closed out. Also, is my connection all right? Because it says that I'm on Wi-Fi for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, cool. Check DMs for the most recent article on the high school kid's death. Already, will do. Let me see here. Closing his taxes folder. Yeah, more like closing all of my school assignments and making sure that nothing that I'm actually trying to succeed in school. Not for the first time, but hopefully for the last time. And so I have like all these checklists open and making sure that I haven't saved any assignments to my desktop real quick. That one's clean. This one looks like it's clean. Yeah. All right, cool. School assignments folder equals tax folder. Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, closing ChatGPT. My girlfriend earlier today told me that ChatGPT is like going crazy, like it's malfunctioning on people and it's speaking in different languages and can't stick to English. Don't be like me. I'm out of school and my coworkers gave me a college textbook as a gift. I mean, I want to, this is the reality. I want a college degree so that I can, just move on with my life. All right. Like I have the ability to finish school, and I've had the ability to finish school for the past, 8 years. Wait, when did I? Yeah, I guess like 8 years. I definitely was not able to finish school like 18 years old, 19 years old. It was useless for me to take classes then. I was not in the correct headspace. I just realized that my camera is too zoomed in because of school. But like, yeah, I spent so much time just doing like dumb bullshit and paying for classes the first 2 years of college that it was not worth going. I should have just taken a 2 year, like 2 gap years and then gone to school when I was 20 and slightly more mature. But even then, obviously that didn't work because there were several gap years in between, where I would go back to school and then stop and then go back to school and then stop. So it is something that I just want to get over with. And I look at the other assignments and like public discussion posts posted by people in these classes, and I think to myself, you know what? There is literally no reason I shouldn't have gotten my degree like, 5-6 years ago. There is literally no reason, because if these are making it through writing at like a 5th grade level, I don't know if there's like a couple of possibilities I think about when I'm looking at their discussion posts about, like, say, in my political science class or in my speech class or in my English class, right? And I can't tell if I'm just like really above average smart, or maybe I'm just like I have a really good like writing intelligence. I don't know like what the like literary, maybe I'm just really good at writing. I don't know what it is. I don't think that I'm that smart, right? So it's either those two things, or I'm just a giga tryhard and these people are putting in the correct amount of effort into the class, which is basically none, writing at a 5th grade level and shit like that. And I'm sitting there, constructing my sentences and making sure that the syntax is all correct. And, I'm speaking in a way that is both clear. Like I'm thinking about all of this. It's like, am I a tryhard, or am I just, smarter than these people? Like, I don't know what it is, but it's very strange to me. And it makes me feel like shit, because I definitely should have finished school years and years ago, but here I am 7 major changes in and still in school. All right. Yeah, I tell kids, conservatives are right that you can make a living without school, but going to school makes life so much easier. Don't you want an easier life? Yeah, exactly. Like I would tell every single high school student, even ones that are planning to go into a trade, right? I would tell every single one of them, you should go to school for at least 2 years and get your associates, and you should try to finish out a degree. And then if you're not feeling it, right? Or you just like have a better opportunity than you would get with your degree, like going into a trade or something like that, then go for it. I don't really care what people do with their career choices or anything like that, but you should absolutely go to school and at least give it a shot and give yourself the best chance that you can get, right? Yes. Also go to community. My first year in college, I went to a 4-year university and I stopped after 1 year. And that is where the majority of my student loans come from. That's where the majority of my student loans come from. That 1 year, not the, 9 years after that. The 9 years after that account for like probably 40% of my student debt. But that first year put me in the hole so hard. Go to community college. You're taking the easiest baby courses. It's so easy. Just go to community college. Never, ever, ever, never, ever just say, I can't do college, so I'm not going to. And never, ever say, I'm going into a trade, so I don't need to go to college. Get an associates and then get your, like, if you really don't think that you can do any better than the trade school, at that point, after you get the associates, drop out, fine. But like, give yourself a one-up in life for like very little effort, all things considered. So many kids take editor segment. Yeah. Hey, Tron. So many kids take stupid shit for granted, like pre-algebra. It's like, bro, a monkey can teach you pre-algebra. You don't need a PhD Harvard professor to teach you that shit. True. Every computer science grad that graduated in the past year is no one wants to hire entry-level people, and corpos are laying off everyone and trying to replace them with AI. Well, that's why those computer science kids need to get into getting good with the AI people. Okay, that's what it is. I am blessed with the knowledge that computer science would have never worked for me. I wouldn't have been good at it. I've never been interested in it. Like maybe in passing, like, oh, okay, so it's like little logic puzzles all the way through, right? It's like little logic puzzles all the way through. But past that, that's where my curiosity and my, it just ends right there. Just never been interested in computer science. But like I changed my major 7 times, right? Started off as vocal performance, moved into structural engineering, then to chemical engineering, then to just chemistry. Then I moved from STEM into business because I realized, hey, I kind of suck at math, which I don't think is even true. I just wasn't trying. But like I could have gone through and gotten that degree, I think. But I just decided that I was bad at math. So I moved into business and I tried 3 or 4 majors out there. And then I realized that I hated all of it. None of it was actually doing me any good. Dropped out for like the 2nd or 3rd time to try and figure out what I wanted to do with my life. And then I was like, oh, you know what? The probably the biggest mainstay in my life, like the thing that has always been around me because of my family, and because of my personality, has been politics. It's something that I've always been interested in. I've always been exposed to from a very, very young age, right? So going into political science, given, all the stuff that I've done on stream and background knowledge that I've given myself because I'm genuinely interested and genuinely curious about it, moved into political science. And now I kind of love doing school stuff. It's kind of like really fun to just like sit down, like, okay, well, what are, explain what populism is, where it lies on the political spectrum, and whether or and the like pros and the cons of it, right? It's like, yo, I can do this, right? I don't even have to read the textbook for this because I just know it. And I just get to kind of breeze by in school because there was some stuff that I was already genuinely interested in, already genuinely curious about, just naturally, that I looked into on the side outside of school with no pressure to, succeed necessarily outside of pulling up the viewer numbers, right? So that's how I ended up with political science. But I feel like now is my time. Now I can finally, buckle down and get through a degree. I already know where I want to like move into career-wise, at least in the short to medium term. In the long term, I might try to get more involved with more hardcore politics stuff. But like in the short term or short medium term, I really, really like the idea of being a teacher, and as cringy as it sounds, and it's not related to stream stuff, speech and debate coach, which I've gotten to be a substitute teacher for a couple of times, and which multiple people in my family over the past, past couple of decades, several of my family members have been speech and debate coaches. And so I get to like see what that's like up close. And I've always liked being in that class and teaching that class and watching the impact it can have on people. So that's like the short and medium term. Yeah, we get it. You're a unique snowflake. Where's the content? No, we're not. Listen, the Vosh stuff, okay? The Vosh stuff, I have one video that's 4 minutes long that we'll watch, but I'm not going to go, listen, I'm not going to go deep into the Vosh stuff. That is clickbait title, okay? What more is it there to say about a horse goblin, okay? Can you host a debate on the N-word? Not at the high school level, brother. Oh, he wants to do policy debate? My brother is a first-year speech and debate coach, and he needed judges for his debate tournaments. So I got to judge public forum. It was public forum and something else that started with a P. I can't remember. But I got to judge those, and it was really interesting. And some of those kids are really smart, It wasn't policy, debate format. Let me see here. Public forum, parliamentary. But I only judged one of those. Yeah, the really fast speaking, they do their spread, which I guess like as a judge, you can just tell them like, listen, I'm not feeling it today. Keep your spread speed down to like 50% because I'm just not going to be able to keep up. And that like totally cucks their entire argument because they have these speeches that they have to fit into a short amount of time. It's so funny. Anyways, so yeah, go to school. I want to finish school. It is worth going to school and at least getting your associate's degree. That's my rant in segment. That was an accidental segment. Tron Gas said that this is a good segment for something. So okay, let's see what the original allegation was. Yeah, kids are our future. Why haven't you called conservatives pedos yet? Yeah.
A former FBI informant has been charged for lying about President Biden and Biden's son Hunter and their involvement in business dealings with Ukrainian energy company Burisma. Now, the reason why this is significant is that this individual and his testimony was a major aspect of the claims by Republicans that President Biden himself had benefited from his son's business operations. Let's get straight to CNN's Evan Perez. Evan, what exactly are they saying about this FBI informant?
Well, Jake, the name of the informant is Alexander Smirnov. He was arrested today by the FBI, and according to the FBI, he lied to the FBI when he made some claims, including the fact he said that that Joe Biden received or was getting paid $5 million, and that Hunter Biden was getting paid $5 million in order to assist Burisma, the Ukrainian energy company on which Hunter Biden was serving on the board of directors back during the time that that Joe Biden was vice president. Of course, that is explosive allegations, and that's what's really fueled the Republican.
Am I having a stroke? Is the Chiron right here like shaking?
Drive to impeach the
no,
president.
it is definitely shaking.
Also, obviously, this has driven a lot of the allegations that there was corruption, that the former president.
Dude, is CNN just like running on fumes? Do they not have the budget to have a functional like overlay? Like my overlay is pretty rudimentary to say the least, but
Former then vice president was corrupt and trading favors when he was the sitting vice president. I'll read you just a part of what the FBI says, but it really comes down to this, right? They say that, in short, the defendant's story to the FBI is a fabrication. They say it's an amalgam of otherwise unremarkable business meetings and contacts that had actually occurred, but at a later date than he claimed, and for the purpose of pitching business, pitching Burisma on the defendant's services and products. So what the FBI now says, and what the David Weiss, the special counsel, who has charged Hunter Biden in 2 separate cases in Delaware and in Los Angeles, this case is being brought by David Weiss against this informant. What they're saying is that all of that was false, and that he is now facing these charges of false statements and creating a false and fictitious document. Those are the 2 charges that he's facing now in Los Angeles, Jake.
And just to remind folks who Smirnov is, because they might not know the name.
Right.
My YouTube is better than CNN, all right? Because we cut through the bullshit, okay? Might be a good puff piece to establish as like a, hey, if you're thinking about talking to me, this is who I am. There was a little bit of self-aggrandizement in there. Maybe not. Maybe not like that.
This was the individual that had claimed that he had been told by somebody who ran Burisma that Joe Biden himself was going to get $5 million for all these shady dealings.
Right.
This is the guy that Senator Chuck Grassley was insisting that this FBI report be revealed to the public.
Correct.
This was the guy who basically provided hours worth of content on Fox, especially in prime time. This was the guy who, James Comer, the guy who runs the House Oversight Committee, was relying on as a major source of information. And the FBI is saying, the guy's a liar. In fact, so much so we're charging him with a crime.
Correct, Jake. I mean, look, again, what the Republicans are saying is that one of the reasons why they were relying on him is that they believed he was credible, that the FBI was using him as an informant, and that gave him credibility. What we're seeing, though, in these documents, in this indictment, is that all of that was fictitious. He came up with this story after Joe Biden became the presumptive candidate for the Democrats in 2020. And of course, after he had already gone to Republicans to make some of those allegations to Chuck Grassley and to others.
Yeah, it reminds me to a degree of during the Brett Kavanaugh hearings, when all these people were making wild allegations, false allegations about the man that is now Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and then there was this move to just like release all this information. Well, allegations are not facts.
Wait a second. I thought that the allegations about Kavanaugh were well-founded. That was before I started streaming. So I was one of those hashtag headline readers, right? Headline truthers. But my understanding is that the allegations were vetted and they went through the proper channels to get it in front of Congress.
And just because somebody's reported something to the FBI doesn't mean it's true. And we saw all this wild stuff released about Brett Kavanaugh.
They were not well-founded? Okay. I mean, I'll take an L on that. I mean, that's what I've always heard, so.
Who was unfairly smeared by a lot of this. Here we have apparently the same situation, except it's against Joe Biden.
Right, exactly. And by the way, I mean, people come to the FBI all the time, make allegations. The FBI puts it down in these documents called the 1023, and that's what Republicans then release to the public.
Yeah, that seems, in retrospect, wildly irresponsible just to release 1023s without any sort of context as to how credible an individual might be. And now we know the FBI thinks this guy's not credible at all.
Right, made it all up.
All right, Evan Pettis, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Oh, well, if it's the FBI saying it, then there's no shot that people like Rob Noor ever going to say, oh, well, this was this is how they're just going to say that deep state is coming to the defense of Joe Biden,
A former FBI informant.
I believe you spelled it correctly the first time, Sieg.
Charged with lying to the FBI. Those claims he made about President Biden and Hunter Biden's involvement with the Ukrainian company Burisma, the man Alexander Smirnov, he's been rather pivotal to the allegations from the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, not to mention numerous Fox primetime hosts, that there was evidence that Biden benefited to the tune of millions of dollars from Hunter Biden's business dealings. What's your reaction to this allegation, or rather this indictment?
Well, Jake, I'm not at all surprised. I mean, whatever my Republican friends build impeachment inquiries on, or whatever they build this sort of edifice of MAGA outrage on, eventually turns out not to be true, including, as you pointed out, the whole underpinning of the president should be impeached thing turns out to be, largely resting on lies. Now, I wish I could say that that's going to make a real difference here, because what we know is that you can impeach somebody without any crimes, without any misdemeanors, right? Because we just saw the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. Maybe my Republican friends don't like the way he's doing his job, but they, failed in that impeachment to come up with a single example of a high crime or misdemeanor. So yes, shocking, but not at all surprising. And I don't think it'll change the narrative around here.
Okay, one more.
Just released, revealing that an indicted informant admitted to the FBI that he got dirt about Hunter Biden from Russian intelligence officials. Joining us now, the former National Security Council official, retired Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman. Colonel Vindman, thanks so much for joining us. What's your reaction to this filing that this FBI informant, a guy by the name of Alexander
his
Smirnov,
dog's in the background,
fake dirt on the Bidens by Russian intelligence? And how does this fit?
I wonder, just from a producer standpoint, how do you coach people on calling in? How do you coach people on calling into these shows from home? Like, I understand how necessary it was during the pandemic, and I understand why they're continuing to do it, because it's cheaper to have people call in from home than it is to, fly them out to a studio or have a mobile studio come up to them. But dude, can you imagine how annoying it is as a producer to coach everyone through it, to have them set everything up, and then their dog is barking in the background, dude?
Into the pattern of how Russia actually operates.
We use the term bombshell pretty often, but I think this is some bomb.
Oh. This is decades ago. It's really hard to prove anything, but she has evidence that it happened in terms of, like, her friends remember her talking about the rape. The only thing he brought to defend himself was his day planner, and at the time she remembered being raped. He did have a party with those guys in that day planner. So almost certainly in a civil court he would be found guilty of rape, but it would not pass legal scrutiny of criminal prosecution. Yeah. Okay, maybe that's what the deal was.
Bombshell reporting. The reason is that it clarifies certain facets of Russia's influence operation to interfere in elections almost a decade back, 2016, 2020, and 2024. It certainly shows their tradecraft in using witting agents. Smirnov is under arrest because he's assessed to be a witting agent, more than likely. And the fact that I think from an intelligence perspective, from the Russian perspective, they see a large number of Republican political leaders as unwitting agents, carrying forward Russian disinformation. So that's a pretty interesting picture that it paints of how the Russians are interfering, co-opting the Republican Party to do their bidding to tip the scales in Trump's favor. The other thing that's really interesting is it may clarify some of Trump's intentions, why he is catered so hard towards Russia, why he invited just, within the past 2 weeks, he invited Russia to attack a NATO member, a grave danger for U.S. troops, a grave danger for U.S. troops. Why? Because he's looking for that quid pro quo that he's been searching for from 2016 forward, whether it's emails, whether it's solicitations to Russia to share intelligence, to deliver some sort of information on corruption. That is why he's probably working so, he's leaning so far into engaging with Russia, because he's looking for any and every means to win the 2020 elections and tip the scales in his favor. I witnessed it when I was in the White House and reported presidential corruption. It carries through to 2024. Very, very dangerous.
I remember, Colonel, when you testified in the then President Trump's first impeachment hearing, where he was accused of pressuring Ukraine to investigate the Biden's business ties over there in Ukraine. How does that inform you now that you view this latest development?
Well, so those were Russian agents back then. Also, these were Russian agents feeding dirt on this so-called corruption scheme with Burisma, which frankly nobody's found any credible reporting indicating that President Biden was in any way involved. Certainly, there's no dispute that Hunter Biden was on the board receiving money, but there's no implication of President Biden being involved in this. But these were Russian agents back then. These have been Russian agents, Russian officers running Russian agents all the way through to this day. And it is a really deeply disturbing that swaths of the Republican political elite have been co-opted to carry forward Russian influence operations to interfere in U.S. elections. I think the Republicans, unfortunately, are not likely to change their tune. They'll say that it's interference, that the FBI now is, looking to spoil that impeachment inquiry. I don't think they're going to adjust their narrative, but it's deeply dangerous. And
Dog, you got to stop.
What is going on and how Russia's interfering with the help of the Republican Party and Donald Trump.
This U.S. filing against Smirnov also says Smirnov's contacts were extensive, recent, and not trivial. And I'm quoting now, the false information he provided was not trivial. It targeted the presumptive nominee of one of the two major political parties in the United States. The effects of Smirnov's false statements and fabricated information continue to be felt to this day. Colonel, do you think the U.S. is taking this threat of Russian interference in the 2024 presidential election seriously enough?
I think the Biden administration is, to a certain extent. The Trump administration also, at the professional level, looked to harden our elections to make sure that they weren't subject to cyber attacks. But influence operations are a different animal entirely. Really, it's about inserting messages, finding receptive audiences, and sowing chaos, disinformation, casting both candidates as corrupt. So it definitely clarifies the point on what the Russians are doing. What's a little bit disturbing, frankly, is that sources go through annual vetting, and they get repeatedly assessed for how effective they are, how credible they are. And for somebody like this individual to be assessed as credible, continue to provide reporting, I think there's something that fell through the cracks in terms of screening. And this should have never happened. And certainly Congress should have been warned about the fact that they were communicating with a witting agent of the Russian intelligence services.
So the Russians have like completely brain the entire Republican Party. Got it. All right, let's see here. You know, I wonder if Vosh has talked about Starship Troopers. We'll check back in with Vosh after we look at the transphobia kills non-binary student stuff. Watch the Cope. Which Cope? Link me the Cope. It seems like the only reason he was a Supreme Court justice is because he wrote an article about how presidents can do anything they want. Yeah, the unitary executive meme or whatever. All right, let's see here. We have a bunch of articles, but that just involves reading, and that means I can't play my video game.
Well, Jake, the name of the informant is Alexander Smirnov. He was arrested today.
Didn't we just watch this?
That there was corruption, that the former then vice president was corrupt and trading.
Oh, so it's something about the upload to YouTube that's everything, because it's not vibrating here and there's no audio ups. Smirnov claims to have extensive and extremely recent contacts with foreign intelligence officials. Prosecutors said in the filing, they said they previously told the FBI that he had long-standing and extensive contacts with Russian spies, including individuals he said were high-level intelligence officers or command Russian assassins abroad. Prosecutors with special counsel David Weiss's team said Tuesday that Smirnov has maintained those ties and noted that in a post-arrest interview last week, Smirnov admitted that officials associated with Russian intelligence were involved in passing a story about businessperson one referring to Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. The revelations about Smirnov's alleged foreign contacts were disclosed as part of prosecutors' arguments to keep him jailed ahead of trial, though a federal judge later granted Smirnov's release with several conditions, including GPS monitoring and the surrender of his 2 passports. Smirnov declined to answer questions as he left the courthouse Tuesday morning. This running.
Tony Bobulinski.
Oh, is this the Cope right here? Let's watch the Cope. I love watching Cope. I wish Scalia was still around. I read a bunch of his work in political science and just loved his approach to many things. Wasn't he one of the biggest proponents of the unitary executive theory under Bush too? I'm fairly certain he was one of the people that helped push this stupid, crazy legal theory that the president can do whatever they want. I might be wrong.
Former Hunter business partner testified before the House Oversight Committee behind closed doors. That testimony has since been released, and he's confirming what we already knew. The Bidens sold political influence and their family brand. Joining me now is Professor Emeritus at Harvard Law School, Alan Dershowitz. Professor Alan, good to have you back. Tomorrow, I believe Jim Biden will testify. Will be deposed behind closed doors. And then I believe Thursday, Hunter Biden will be deposed behind closed doors as well. How do you think this plays out?
Well, depends on the facts. I mean, obviously, we know that members of the Biden family use the Biden name in order to try to get business. That's not a crime. That's obviously something that may raise conflict of interest issues or ethical issues. But for it to be a crime, there have to have been some, quid pro quo, payments made in exchange for particular benefits being afforded. We don't have that evidence. We have allegations, obviously, but we've seen some of the recent developments where people have been indicted, et cetera, that you have to presume everybody, whether or not they are on your side or the other side, and wait until we have the evidence, particularly wait until the evidence is subjected to adversarial testing before you come to any conclusion. That's the way our legal system is based. Now, the political system is different. You can make political judgments about people without proof beyond a reasonable doubt, just bad smell, suspicion. That's
I'm just going off of memes that I saw, Sieg, so I might be wrong on that. because I'm not a constitutional law scholar, nor have I ever pretended to be one. So it could be that I'm just like totally asked wrong. And I wholeheartedly admit that, like 1,000,000%. It's just, I don't know. But I haven't heard anything contrary to that. And everything that I have heard about him it comes down to this unitary. Like, that's the first time I ever heard about it was in relation to Scalia. So let's do it like this. Makes them like city blocks almost. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I'm giving my caveats here that, like, I could be like giga wrong, and I don't want anybody to like say, oh, well, you definitely said this if this gets clipped out or something, right?
It's fair.
So I want to leap over to the Trump judgment, the 355 against Donald Trump. So Alina Habba was on the show the other day and said that to appeal, Trump's going to have to post a bond, and the bond was going to be for the full amount plus. She said somewhere around $400 million just to appeal. Two questions. Number one, why would it be so onerous? And number two, Alan, if the appeal fails and they get their $355 million, what is the state of New York going to do with that money if there's no victim?
Well, they'll probably use it to go after other people. They'll put it in their coffers. And this is a horrible case. First of all, there shouldn't be a bond requirement in a case like this, because this was essentially a fine. They called it a disgorgement, but it's a fine. It's a penalty. And if it's a penalty, anybody should have the right to appeal it. What if he was a person who had no money? Would that mean he would have to lose his appeal, even though he was right on the merits of his case? So there's something very wrong with the system that would preclude somebody from appealing from an erroneous judgment just because he didn't have the money. Trump has the money, so he will appeal. And I think there are some very interesting arguments. Sometimes are arguments of first impression, whether or not, for example, the Eighth Amendment to the Constitution that prohibits excessive fines, whether that applies to a case like this. This isn't a criminal case, but it's not an ordinary civil case. It's not you and I suing each other. It's the state taking money from a citizen for punishment in order to deter that person.
Hold on. In order to, you're being very generous and trusting and say to deter the behavior. I could be a cynic and say, well, maybe it's going to be their way to raise money going forward, and maybe they target.
No, I agree with that analysis. I'm quoting the judge. It's the judge who said its purpose was to deter. If it is, then it's punishment, because you deter by punishment. You don't deter by disgorgement or equity. You deter by punishment. So, look, there's no question in anybody's rational mind that Trump was targeted. Look, I wrote a book. I wish I was smart enough to have figured out this title myself. Get Trump. It's a great title. I didn't come up with it. This is a title that Letitia James came up with. She campaigned on the promise to get Trump. I probably ought to pay her royalties, because clearly this was a targeted attempt to get somebody. She basically campaigned and said, I'm going to get Trump. Well, let's find out what the evidence is. We're not sure what we're going to get him for, what it is. I'll get him for something. I'll get him for something.
Yeah. You were prescient. Alan, you were prescient. I got to go. You were prescient. That book title was exactly right. Alan Dershowitz, thank you for your time.
Okay, I got you. That was Cope. Okay. I do not understand why I'm having such a hard time. Why am I having such a hard time getting food before we move on to the next subject? Me. Okay, we'll let this run on 1x speed. But I'm not going to lie. I have no clue how I'm going to get the food situation to stabilize. I have these guys rolling hard. I have loads of food. Let me just see how this plays out, and then we'll move on. Okay, let's see here. Greg Kelly Cope. Okay, last Cope.
Remember the FBI?
I do remember the FBI.
Informant who said Ukraine bribed the Bidens, Joe and Hunter, $5 million apiece. Biden's Justice Department just arrested him. Special counsel David Weiss, the Delaware prosecutor who you remember tried to cut a sweetheart deal to keep Hunter out of prison, announced charges against...
See, I told you they would find some Cope reason to say that it's not legitimate. they would find some cope argument. Just like the Dems had cope arguments about whether or not Trump was employed by the Russians, these people have cope arguments about why Biden isn't being prosecuted for anything. Is it maybe because he called her on her BS? Was this the breakdancing one? The breakdancing dad? Because I watched that off stream. We can watch that, sure.
Against Alexander Smirnov. Smirnov is a trusted and credible informant that the FBI has had on the payroll for years. Even Democrats said the FBI informant was credible.
Yeah, there's a confidential human source that the FBI...
What the f*** is this guy wearing, bro? Come on.
...proven to be very credible, who reported a conversation with someone else.
But he was too credible. The Biden administration is charging the FBI informant with obstruction and making a false statement. Remember, he informed the FBI that there were audio recordings of Joe Biden and Hunter shaking down a Ukrainian CEO for bribes. And coincidentally, after arresting the FBI informant who fingered him for bribes, Biden says it's time to drop the impeachment inquiry.
He fingered Joe Biden?
An FBI informant at the center of the impeachment inquiry into you has been indicted for allegedly lying. Your reaction to that, and should the inquiry be dropped?
He is lying, and it should be dropped. And it's just been an outrageous effort from the beginning.
Now, as long as we're arresting FBI informants for making false statements, why isn't Curveball behind bars? This was the Iraqi informant who told the intel agencies that Saddam definitely had WMDs. We went to war in Iraq. Then Curveball confessed he made up the story and walks around a free man. When are we going to arrest Christopher Steele, the FBI informant who said Trump colluded with Russia? He's still a free man. So why is the Biden administration arresting this FBI informant now? The FBI has had this 4 years ago. And then Republicans discovered that it was covered up, so Biden's locking up the source to discredit it. This is the second informant Biden's arrested for blowing the whistle about his bribes. An Israeli-American citizen told the FBI about the Chinese money going to the Bidens in 2019, even before they had the laptop.
Okay, to an uninformed person, I'm an uninformed person, that does look really bad. Why wasn't Christopher Steele arrested? My first thought would be, okay, well, maybe this guy wasn't actually lying. He just was severely misinformed, or he had bad intel, which is different than lying, right? So could that be why he was not arrested? Because he was wrong, not that he was lying? The Iraqi guy, I'm not going to lie, I have no clue. I don't know.
He's been arrested. Remember Patrick Ho, the spy chief of China who lined the Biden's pockets? He was arrested. Remember Devin Archer, Hunter's business partner? He's been arrested. Everyone who blows the whistle on the Biden syndicate or is connected to it has been arrested. What does that tell you?
I'm pretty sure Steele was fired. Let me see here. Christopher Steele. Oh, well, he's British. Well, I guess the other guy is Russian. A conservative publication retained the services of fusion. Oh, got you. 1 second. So he passed it off to the FBI, but he thought that it was real. Let me see here. So he wasn't lying. He just had bad information. Got you.
Former FBI agent Stuart Kaplan joins us now. Stuart, what does that tell you?
Well, it's certainly not a time for the FBI to take a victory lap. It's shameful, it's embarrassing, and it's not a time at all for the Bidens to take a victory lap. Jesse, when that 1023 form was released last year, my colleagues and I knew at that point that informant was going to be sacrificed. It was just a matter of time. That informant has been on the books since 2010, 11, 12, up until more recently. You do not stay on the books with the FBI unless you have been vetted and you are credible. And the fact that he had received so much...
They wouldn't say this about Christopher Steele. So why are they saying it about this guy? Because it's politically expedient. I'm starting to see through a lot of, because I think that my partisanship, while leading me to better conclusions than partisanship like on the Republican side, I think my partisanship has definitely led me to accepting things that I probably shouldn't accept, right? Like, we probably shouldn't just accept that the Democrats were on a totally righteous crusade and that they definitely didn't, that they weren't just trying to get Trump out of office. Now, do I think that's a good thing? Absolutely. I think that's basis. But my partisanship probably has blinded me to some of the hypocrisies. And I think that where I'm at now is I recognize the really negative aspects of the partisanship that happens with both Democrats and Republicans. But the Republican cope is just way more destructive, in my humble opinion, right? Like, I think that the Republican cope, the Republican, narrative driving, isn't just to attack political enemies. It's like they're explicitly trying to reduce to the greatest extent possible the trust in our systems and in our government, which I don't think should stand whatsoever. I guess that would be the difference, but like, I can recognize the hypocrisy. I just feel like the hypocrisy isn't what people claim it is, right? They're both going for political attacks, but one side is doing it in a way because they want to attack all of our institutions because they just want to defend Donald Trump. And the other side is working with our institutions and trying to defend our institutions, but they also get to dunk on Trump along the way, right?
Much money from the FBI, and so many people have to sign off on that payment or those payments. It has to be verified that he is a very productive informant. So what the FBI and our government wants to have us believe now is we've now taken out the predicate, the predicator, the person who started the ball rolling, tattling or telling on the Bidens. And now we gathered all of this other information, all of the money trail, all of the checks, all of the payments, but yet because we're going to discredit the guy who unleashed on him, let's throw it all in the garbage like it never even happened. So let's assume we eliminate this guy. We still have a treasure trove of evidence that leads directly from Hunter Biden to his...
But if it's all... Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what he's saying. Let me hear him again. Sorry.
Or telling on the Bidens, and now we gathered all of this other information, all of the money trail, all of the checks, all of the payments, but yet because we're going to discredit the guy who unleashed on him, let's throw it all in the garbage like it never even happened. So let's assume we eliminate this guy. We still have a treasure trove of evidence that leads directly from Hunter Biden to his father. It's just insane. It's illogical. It really is embarrassing. I can't believe that the FBI has gone down this road again to unleash on this informant.
Take the morality out of it, Stuart. Joe Biden's a smooth operator. He got away with his family taking a lot of money over many, many years. And everybody that gets close, Trump even got too close, gets arrested. Informants, business partners, whistleblowers. They're all paying a price, but the Biden family has never paid a price. You got to hand it to the big guy. He's getting away with it.
He has gotten away with it for years.
He's getting away with it, but the informant that gave us the primary, the primary information by which all of the rest of it is based on. Now, I'm pretty sure he said something about the predicator. Where is that? Let me go back even further. I'll skip forward again.
It's shameful. It's embarrassing.
Or is connected to this now. Stuart, what does that tell you?
Well, it's certainly not a time for the FBI to take a victory lap. It's shameful, it's embarrassing, and it's...
And is the FBI the one that's taking the victory lap? Like, that might be true, but I haven't seen anything in the couple of videos that we've seen so far that shows that the FBI is taking the victory lap.
Not a time at all for the Bidens to take a victory lap. Jesse, when that 1023 form was released last year, my colleagues and I knew at that point that informant was going to be sacrificed. It was just a matter of time. That informant has been on...
Isn't this the informant that they like literally couldn't find they couldn't find him for some amount of time? They were like, we have an informant. We have someone that has all this information. However, we simply cannot find him. Is this the same person? Because if so, that's hilarious. If so, that's stupid hilarious. Okay? There we go.
On the books since 2010, 11, 12, up until more recently. You do not stay on the books with the FBI unless you have been vetted and you are credible. And the fact that he had received so much money from the FBI and so many people have to sign off on that payment or those payments, it has to be verified that he is a very productive informant. So what the FBI and our government wants to have us believe now is we've now taken out the predicate, the predicator, the person who started the ball rolling, you know, tattling or telling on the Bidens. And now we gathered all of this other information, all of the money trail, all of the checks, all of the payments. But yet, because we're going to discredit the guy who unleashed on him, let's throw it all in the garbage like it never even happened. So let's assume we eliminate this guy. We still have a treasure trove of evidence that leads directly.
Well, have they shown any of the evidence? We want better access to stages, more food rations. We can't do that one.
From Hunter Biden to his father, it's just insane. It's illogical. It really is embarrassing. I can't believe that the FBI has gone down this road again to unleash on this informant.
Take the morality out of it, Stuart. Joe Biden's a smooth operator. He got away with his family taking a lot of money over many, many years. And everybody that gets close, Trump even got too close, gets arrested. Informants, business partners, whistleblowers. They're all paying a price, but the Biden family has never paid a price. You got to hand it to the big guy. He's getting away with it.
The big guy.
He has gotten away with it for years and years and years, and that's because he has something over these other people. It's tit for tat. I mean, the FBI has a treasure trove of evidence. The IRS has a treasure trove of evidence against the Bidens. And listen, I give them credit. They took out a hit on this informant, Smirnov. They have now disabled him, and now the public is going to believe, well, this guy's a liar, right? And so now everything falls by the wayside. And by the
and if he is a liar, then what?
way, Jesse, you realize that they're alleging that he lied in September of 2023 about things he said in 2016. I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous because you have to understand the way things work. In 2016, 17, and 18, he was vetted. The information that he provided was corroborated. That's what got the ball rolling with respect to the FBI and the IRS. It's not like his information is the only thing that's out there against the Bidens. There's a treasure trove of information.
All right, Stuart, that's why we have you on. You are the best. Go enjoy your weekend.
My pleasure.
Get the out of my studio.
News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
Okay, I think my guys are good to just kind of chill for right now. We've authorized them to 250. Authorize them to 225, excuse me, to 250. We want there to be more humans. There we go. Get rid of that. Okay.
Good Lord. I have the weirdest, today is a weird.
Okay. It's the same video. Okay. This better be the actual last thing.
Today is a weird day of clips because everybody wants to talk about.
And
like,
then we'll go into the
Bonnie
stuff that I
Willis.
said
So,
we were
by
going
the
to
way,
talk
like,
about.
subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show. Hi, how you doing? Let's see. Most of the people are kind of talking about how Trump himself is rich. It's not that big a deal, and he was doing the same thing everybody else does, and they just picked on him because of politics. And if he wasn't running, they'd let him go. Like they did Jared Kushner's dad, or Bernie Madoff, or Martha Stewart. You know what I mean?
5:51.
Ever
We'll skip.
gets called to the carpet for this kind of shit. Right,
We'll skip to 5 minutes so that we can get a little
on their side of the
context.
Lady Justice's scales, and it turned out to be made of helium and caught fire and burned up.
Helium doesn't catch fire, idiot.
Methane, I think, is actually was the chemical compound.
Hydrogen.
Here's I have the audio tape of the evidence that you're discussing. These are direct recordings of the content.
He's a comedian. Gotcha.
Of the argument.
This guy's so intelligent, guys. I have so much faith in this guy's analysis.
Due process, and Hunter Biden's also coming in to testify, so it remains to be seen what they may or may not learn in just a few weeks.
You know what they're going to learn? That you can't question somebody on using a piece of evidence that doesn't exist, that your witness that you were going to use right before you were going to ask him about it, your dude goes to jail, not for lying about that, because he could have just off. That's the weird part. Okay, we talked about this piece of evidence. In case you don't know, we discussed this morning, but the guy who was indicted, Alexander Smirnov, who is the FBI witness behind the FD 1023, the big much ballyhooed, oh my God, there are recordings, and there's a $5 million bribe to both Hunter and his dad, and all that shit, right? All that, like that guy, the guy behind all of that was arrested, not because, and this is the beautiful part, not because he lied about the $5 million bribe and lied about the whole story, because they were going to ask him about it. He was arrested because he came in, well, it was all put to bed. Then Republicans brought this FD 1023 out and said, why is no one looking into this? And the FBI went, yeah, that's a good point. We probably should we'll look into this. And they did, on the direction of Republicans. And so they contacted this dude who thought he was in the clear, took his check for being a confidential informant, and off. And all of a sudden, his phone's ringing again. We need to ask you about this, because the Republicans who are going after Hunter Biden just released this, and now we have questions. They have questions. We have to. So we want to talk to you again. And this, like, all right, I'll just tell the same story, and Comer and those guys will protect me. And he goes in for an interview, and he tells the same lie, hoping that there's no evidence enough to undercut it, except what tripped him up ultimately? Gregorian monks. Yeah. And their calendar. The fact that 2017 happened after 2015. I mean, how do you fight back against that? So anyways, in the middle of that meeting, where he doesn't realize they're setting him up to basically, just by saying the same story, lie through omission and get around. In the middle of that, he decides to add extra lies on top of it. And that's what gets him busted. They literally make the decision that this has to get arrested because he's going to keep doing this. And he took our money, and he lied under oath, and he lied to his handler, and he participated in an ongoing criminal scheme, and he's going to go to jail for at least a decade. But he never would have seen the inside of a jail. He never would have been arrested if they'd have just left him the alone. If Grassley and Comer and Jim Jordan had talked about the FD 1023 but never released it, if they hadn't released that thing and said, we need to keep looking into this, dude was in the clear. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. I love it. Like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show. It's Hal Sparks Mega Worldwide. Let's continue on with this blather.
Let's pivot to one of the other stories. You were good enough to join us live while it was breaking yesterday, the Fonnie Willis hearing in Georgia.
Okay, quick meme to bridge us over on Vosh. That's right. I'm doing what's in the stream title. This will be the only Vosh stuff that we go over. Okay?
The title and the thumbnail of this video. And
what's that?
You've seen the title and the thumbnail of this video, and I wish it were clickbait. It's not. There is an image that Vosh liked from a now private Twitter profile that is so vile, I can't show it here. And I have to be very careful even in how I describe it. I'm not going to draw this out any longer than it needs to be. I'm going to show you a very blurred version of the image, describe the image itself, and explain how we know the account that this image was on can be confirmed to belong to Vaush. The craziest part, actually, is that Vaush himself referenced this account in his latest upload and said this.
This wasn't the first time that I fucked up in this specific regard. After the whole child labor argument saga, people went through a bunch of likes in an old public Twitter or, porn account that I had, and over thousands of liked, furry big monster girl images or whatever. I think they found one that was the character was meant to be a teenager, and it's not surprising to me that might happen.
Here is the blurred image. Now I will do my best to describe it without getting my channel erased from YouTube. In this image, a Disney Channel character named Star Butterfly, who is supposedly 15, has had her face covered with a certain substance produced by male genitals. The unblurred image itself is actually a screenshot of Vaush's now private Twitter account dedicated to his porn obsession. And I found the screenshot in an old article written about Vaush by a website called dramareport.com.
Not Drama Report.
Now, I've had these screenshots sent to me that appear to verify that this account does indeed belong to Vaush. And I say belongs to because, by all appearance, he still has access to it. Now, that aside, you can verify that the substance shown in the image liked by Vaush, which again is covering the face of a very young-looking 15-year-old girl, is what you think it is by Googling the name of the artist and Star Butterfly. One of the first results is the original image. That said, I strongly advise you not to search out the original image. But the fact is, it is all real, and presumably, given that we now know that Vaush has been liking and saving this kind of disgusting crap for several years now,
why aren't you guys
it seems very safe to assume that images like this and those we caught a glimpse of from his recent on-stream slip-up is just the tip of a much larger and more disturbing iceberg. But after seeing this image and the folder that he leaked and all of the past statements he has made, we don't need to see or hear anymore. We know who and what he is at this point. And it's important to acknowledge who and what he is, because he's not just some random guy who is looking at disgusting images for years on end. He is a prominent and influential public figure, and that's why this matters. It's not just because people don't like him. It's not just because it's salacious. It's because he has held an important and influential position with the power to shape how many thousands of people see and interact with the world for a long time. And when you're in a position like that, the people you influence and seek to influence need and deserve to know what kind of person you are. And now, with Vaush, we've seen enough.
Yikes. All right.
More now on.
Okay. Let's read a little bit about, while my game goes on in the background. Actually, before I fully relinquish the reins. So let this go to 275. So let this go to 275. And then we'll let 3 more of those bad boys in. Build some more of these, so I don't have to deal with it later. Couple of long houses. All right, now let's read. Let's let that just play on 1x speed. All right, Oklahoma trans. This is a this is going to be a partisan article, but let's see here. Oklahoma transgender student dies after sexually. Wow, what's with the flashing on the corner? Jesus, shit website. Oklahoma transgender student dies after allegedly assaulted by students at school. In Oklahoma, the death of a transgender student after they were assaulted in a school bathroom has sparked widespread outrage and sorrow. We'll go ahead and search that so we can look at another article in a second. A sophomore at Owasso High School was brutally beaten by other students earlier this month and died the following day. This incident has drawn national attention, with many attributing the violent act to a culture of transphobia they say is being stoked by late officials. The assault on Benedict, 16, happened on February 7th when 3 older girls attacked them in the girls' bathroom, Tulsa NBC affiliate KJRH reports. A teacher intervened to stop the fight. We'll look at that one. Staff didn't call an ambulance, the outlet noted. Benedict's grandmother, who was their guardian, took the teenager to the hospital that day. They went back the next day after Benedict became ill. Benedict died that evening. Her child had been the subject of months of intensifying bullying that began earlier in 2023 after Oklahoma Republican-led government banned transgender students from using school bathrooms that align with their gender identity. I didn't know how bad it had gotten. Benedict told their grandmother that they and another trans student had fought the other students in the bathroom, according to The Independent. The teen told her that they'd hit their head on the floor. Sue Benedict said that she was told by the school that her grandchild received a 2-week suspension after the assault. She said she was enraged that medical services weren't called, even though Nex had bruises on their face. I was very open with my children to be who and what they thought was best. They could talk to me about anything as long as that respect goes both ways. A child needs to figure out who they are and what they want to be. You cannot force it upon them. Nex did not see themselves as male or female. Sue Benedict said Nex saw themselves right down the middle. I was still learning about it. Nex was teaching me that. And this was the police statement right here. On February 7th, 2024, at approximately 3:30 p.m., the police department was summoned to a local hospital in reference to a report of a student who had been involved in a physical altercation at the Owasso High School prior at the end of the school day. No report of the incident was made to the Owasso Police Department prior to the notification at the hospital. Information was taken by a school resource officer who responded to the hospital. On February 8th, the Owasso Police Department was made aware that the juvenile was rushed back to a hospital where the student was pronounced dead. It is not known at this time if the death is related to the incident at the school or not. A thorough investigation is being conducted by the Owasso Police Department or police detectives who are currently awaiting an autopsy report and toxicology reports. Oh, so we don't even have an autopsy report yet. When was this one written? February 20th, so yesterday. So it is probably highly unlikely that we have one today. The teens told her they'd hit their head on the floor. Sue Benedict said that she was told by the school that her grandchild had received a 2-week suspension after the assault. She was enraged that medical services weren't called. Oh, wait, hold on. We already read that. We understand that people are concerned about this incident. We can assure everyone that this incident is being taken seriously and is being investigated thoroughly. Detectives are and will be interviewing school staff and students over the course of the next 2 weeks, and in turn will be submitting our investigation to the Tulsa County District Attorney's Office for prosecution review. A final cause and manner of death will be determined by the State Medical Examiner's Office. It's ignited a debate. Oklahoma's Superintendent of Public Instruction has ties to Chaya Rychik, that's the Lives of TikTok person, for their outspoken stance against transgender rights. Critics argue that Walter's rhetoric and policies have contributed to an environment that enables hate crimes. Heartbroken to learn about the non-binary student who was beaten to death at their Owasso school. That same district was targeted by the self-described stochastic terrorist who runs Lives of TikTok, now sits on Oklahoma's Library Advisory Board. What is so bad about this so far is that we do not know what the cause of death was. Like, it is entirely, like, I don't want to like cast total skepticism over it, like to completely discredit it, right? Because it could 100% be that they were beaten to death, they hit their head on the floor, they had a brain bleed, they should have gone to the doctor immediately. And I feel like that would be on the school and on the kids who fought them, right? But until we know what it was, all of this rhetoric, one second, who cares what his private relations are? Well, hold on. If someone had a private relationship or a public relationship with Donald Trump, right, and then they started doing a bunch of Trumpian things, I think it would be right to call out that relationship, especially when it comes to someone that is as involved in trying to influence legislation as the Lives of TikTok lady. I think that that's a fair thing to point out, right? And the Chaya Rychik person is a public figure who is working in public office. It looks like. Like, did he implement policies? Well, yeah, that's what they're saying, that they have policies that have been negative towards trans students, like Oklahoma trans bill. So let's see. So they were doing the whole "you're a man if you were born a male and you're a woman if you were born a female" stuff at the legislative level. They had 3 anti-LGBTQ bills. Let's see what those are. In limited cases, SB allows coaches to enter locker rooms inconsistent with their gender identity, but continues to uphold the statewide ban that prohibits trans students and athletes from using locker rooms or bathrooms consistent with their gender identity. That's weird. 408 is a bill that seeks to exclude transgender women from the legal definition of women. 397 is a curriculum censorship bill that discourages access to books and materials by requiring all school districts, charter schools, and public libraries to conduct an inventory and assign ratings to books in their collection. So, like, he's doing stuff, and it's aligning with the kinds of policies that you would think libs of TikTok would want to push. I think it's a fair thing to point out. Also, the Chaya Raichik person is kind of a piece of shit. Like, we can talk all day about, you know, having a genuine concern for children, or, you know, genuine skepticism of, you know, gender affirming care or the affirmation model of gender affirming care. We could talk all day about that. But I think that when your entire existence as a public figure is completely tied to limiting civil rights for other people, right? When we are talking about, you know, your entire identity online as a public figure is going out of your way to harass random trans kids, even if they're cringy, even if they're wrong, right? If that's what your entire online persona is built around, I think you're kind of a piece of shit, right? I'm talking about school level, like, should I get punished at my job because I have interacted with Proud Boys members who went to jail? No. But if you were a public official and there was someone who was a lobbyist that wanted to make it easier for Proud Boys to go around and beat the shit out of people, and then you passed legislation to accommodate that, then yeah, then I think it would be an indictment on you. Anyways, the involvement of Raichik appointed by, and he appointed. So it wasn't even like Raichik is an elected official, was appointed by this person. Yeah, he passed 3 pieces of legislation that we know of because we just looked at it. So yeah, he passed the legislation. And he's appointing this person. So I think that at that point, can we both agree that this is not just a private relationship? Raichik, appointed to the Department of Education Library Media Advisory Committee in January, despite having no background in education nor living in Oklahoma, doesn't even live in Oklahoma, adds another layer of controversy. Since the news of Benedict's death spread, Raichik has been tweeting up a storm, attempting to deflect potential blame and position herself as a victim. In one tweet, she contested the record surrounding the incident, writing, "Worth noting, this title is a flat-out lie. The student got in a fight at school, went home, then went to the hospital, added that they were evaluated and released." Stop being a soy boy. Yeah. Stop being a soy boy, Sieg. Let me see here. Remember this banger?
What is going on here? Do you have any theories?
I think there's something so unique about the LGBTQ community has become this cult, and it's so captivating. And it pulls people in so strongly, unlike anything we've ever seen. And they brainwash people to join, and they convince them of all of these things. And it's really, really hard to get out of it. It's really difficult. And there are studies on this. Like there's been a lot of reporting on this about people, parents who are like, you know, my child is starting to say, you know, that they're non-binary or transgender or whatever, and what do I do? How do I stop this? And it's really, really difficult. It's unlike anything we've ever seen, I think. It's extremely poisonous.
But do you see a spiritual component to any of this? You don't have to answer that if you don't want.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I do. I do.
think-
I don't think this makes sense at all.
No, it doesn't make any sense. And I think they're evil. And sometimes we try to break.
I just think they're evil. Okay. Let's finish the article. The site she's referring to use Reddit comments. Oh, cool. Based. See, this is the problem that I have is this person is making themselves out to be a victim. Nope, don't care. Don't actually want to look at the tweet. The problem is that if this does come out that it was completely unrelated, which it might be, it is possible, it is conceivable that it is completely unrelated. It's possible, is all I'm saying. If it does come out that the kid in question died of unrelated issues, not related to the fight, and that the fight was not because of, transphobia, then this person gets a huge W. It could be bullied to suicide, right? But they would have to prove that, right? So I feel like jumping to the conclusion that it was it was absolutely, and I say this because I'm moving forward with an abundance of caution, right? If you make a extreme claim like this person did something that led to the death of a child, right? And it turns out not to be that, this person gets a huge W, just optically, We don't even know what the fight is about. We are assuming it's about them being trans, right? And given us reading this article, granted, it is from a advocacy website, so it's going to be biased, and I recognize that, which is why I wanted to open up the next articles about it. It seems like it is possible. It was in a bathroom. It was two kids that are either trans or non-binary, So we'll just have to see. Rycheck further claimed to be a target of unjust accusations, writing, "The media blamed a murder on me, and now I'm getting death threats. I've been reliably informed this is stochastic terrorism." However, critics argue it is Rycheck herself who has utilized stochastic terrorism tactics through her targeting of LGBTQ plus people. NBC News and USA Today found in separate investigations that schools around the country have faced bomb threats after Rycheck highlighted them on her Libs of TikTok platform. After the USA Today article was published, Rycheck posted a photo of herself holding the paper and smiling. Next had a light in them that was so big they had so many dreams. "I want their light to keep shining for everyone," their grandmother told The Independent. "That light was so bright, so big and bright and beautiful. I want everyone to remember next that way." Okay. Let's read the local news. Death of 16-year-old Owasso student next Benedict garnering national attention, calls for answers from the school district and local law enforcement. Benedict died unexpectedly the day after a fight at school on February 8th. Owasso police said they are waiting on toxicology and autopsy reports before releasing a cause of death, waiting on a ruling from the medical examiner before further action can be taken, which I think is probably a good thing, right? Wait, was the Rycheck person at January 6th? That's hilarious. Okay, let me see here. Okay, let's read the update on the student passing. Owasso Public Schools has cooperated fully with the investigation by the Owasso Police Department surrounding the death of a high school student on February 8th, 2024. The district has limited its statements on the matter to this point due to the ongoing investigation in an effort to not disrupt police and out of respect and for the confidentiality of all involved. However, the speculation and misinformation surrounding the case has intensified in recent days. While there will still be pieces of information that the district will never be able to share due to federal privacy laws, we are reaching out to you today to address some of that misinformation, particularly students that call into question the district's commitment to student safety and security. We understand the importance of ensuring a safe and inclusive environment for all students and know the information below doesn't change the facts that a fight occurred on school grounds and that a student passed away the next day. We have worked with the police to ensure the information provided below will not disrupt their investigation. On the afternoon of Wednesday, February 7th, A physical altercation occurred in a restroom at the Owasso High School at West Campus. Students were in the restroom for less than 2 minutes, and the physical altercation was broken up by other students who were present in the restroom at that time, along with a staff member who was supervising outside the restroom. Once the altercation was broken up, all students involved in the altercation walked under their own power to the assistant principal's office and nurse's office. District administrators began taking statements or from the students present in the restroom and began contacting parents and guardians of the students involved in the physical altercation. Following district protocols, each of the students involved in the altercation was given a health assessment by a district registered nurse. Per district protocols, students needing further support are transported to a medical facility either by ambulance or by a parent guardian, depending on the severity of the injuries and preference of the parent guardian. While it was determined that ambulance service was not required, out of an abundance of caution, it was recommended to one parent that their student visit a medical facility for further examination. Per district protocols, the parent guardians of students involved in a physical altercation are notified and informed of the option to file a police report should they choose. Should they choose to file a police report, school resource officers are made available to the parents or guardians either at that time, or they can schedule an appointment, if they choose, at a later date. These practices were followed during this incident. Physical altercations between students are unacceptable. Any student engaging in such action jeopardizing the safety of others will receive disciplinary consequences. These consequences can include out-of-school suspension for first offense. Due to federal privacy laws, we are unable to disclose the exact nature of disciplinary action taken against any student. That information can only be given to the parents, guardians of the student being disciplined. Any notion that the district has ignored disciplinary action towards those involved is simply untrue. Additional counseling services were provided to students at the high school on Friday, February 9th, and continue to be available for all students and staff. These are the facts that we were able to communicate at this juncture. Okay, so no real information out of that. Gotcha. Oh, we could have just read it right here. Here's video of the fight. Oh, of her at... Okay, I don't care about... I don't care about that right this second. Let me see here. Okay, so there's like basically no information around this. We'll read one more article, but I don't know if there's going to be more information actually given. 1 second. While that ad is playing, let's see what how our game is going. We still doing good? Got people getting clay? Good. Why were there 2 ads and why were they unskippable? Come the on, dude. Here we go.
Stood back because no matter how I moved, I would have got hit.
Owasso high schooler Shayla Perez is described.
I just kind of stood back because no matter how I moved, I would have got hit.
Owasso high schooler Shayla Perez is describing the fight the school district says happened in a high school bathroom nearly 2 weeks ago.
I was actually in one of the stalls.
Perez says Nix Benedict was involved in that fight and that this
I'd get slammed into the paper towel dispenser twice, and first it came open and then it came off the hinge on one side.
Happened to them just a day before the school district and police released statements that Benedict died. Silence from police and the district until Tuesday, February 20th. 2 statements released. Owasso Public Schools clarifying in its statement that the district was quiet, quote, due to the ongoing investigation in an effort to not disrupt police and out of respect and for the confidentiality for all involved. That statement also laying out a timeline of events the day of the fight to clear up speculation and misinformation. It says the fight was broken up, all students involved were walking when they left the restroom, checked by a nurse, and while all of the injuries were determined to be non-life-threatening, a parent was advised to have their child seen by a doctor.
A few of their hair was messed up, but for the most part, no one really had concerning, super concerning marks or anything.
I mean, this kid's head was slammed into the paper towel dispenser twice so hard that it came off the hinges. I feel like maybe the possibility of a brain bleed is going up slightly. Okay.
I think there was a few bruises, maybe,
including the student that died.
Yes.
But how did Benedict die, and did the fight have anything to do with it?
All of the misinformation, and you hear one thing and then you hear another.
There are 2 questions that have fueled waves of gossip making national headlines. Owasso police say both answers are pending.
It seems to be like a brawl between the non-binary kid, the next kid, and on Nex and another trans kid on one side, and then some other girls on the other.
autopsy and toxicology results.
A lot of
Also, I don't know if you guys have ever witnessed a high school fight. I don't know if you guys have ever been in one or ever witnessed one. I've witnessed a bunch at my high school. The fights between two dudes, those last like 2 seconds. The dudes like get a couple of really good hits in, and then someone separates them and they just like look at each other really angrily. At least that's the experience that I've seen, right? They get into a fight for like 2 seconds. Girls, when girls fight, it is on the ground, the most brutal, like visceral fighting you've ever seen, and it goes on for way too long. Went to middle class white school. I don't even know if white people were the majority at my school. If I'm completely honest, it might be, but there was a lot of diversity of financial situations and people there. All right.
Accusations being made against the district, against the police department, against the media, our role in this. Can you speak to how harmful that might be at the end of the day when it comes to really getting answers here and solving this investigation?
I witnessed one where a girl was left laying on the ground. There was this one time where there was this one kid who was the first like stoner / druggie I ever met in my entire life, right? I grew up sheltered, all right? This kid would get into like honor fights with people. Like if he saw someone be shitty to someone else, he would go and attack the shitty person on behalf of the victim. And I remember this one time we were both walking out of English class, right? And I think it was the day that he told me he was on ecstasy. Like he was rolling, okay? Right out of like he popped the pills in the bathroom before the class, right? About halfway through the class, he looks over at me and his pupils are like this huge. We take one step out of that class after the bell rings, and there was a kid, only time I ever saw, like traditional bullying ever in my life, right? Someone walks by and slaps the books out of another kid's hands, right? And this kid had a cast on because he had a broken arm, right? This kid, he says, "Hey, Walt, hold this." And he hands me his backpack and his books. And he walks over and like literally, I shit you not, just in one punch breaks the dude's jaw. Had no idea who he was. Didn't say a goddamn word to him. Just walked over and clocked him. And there were like 2 or 3 other fights like that, to the point where he got expelled from this school and had to like move to Dallas. Very strange individual.
Oh, I think it's very harmful.
Parent Anna Richardson weighing in on how much damage words can do.
It's been very negative, and it makes it harder for them to do their jobs.
She's organizing a vigil for Benedict this weekend in town to mourn. She hopes can get everyone back on the same page.
Coming together as a community and supporting everyone and doing the positive things that we can while we let the professionals do what they need to do.
John Hayes, Fox 25 News.
Gotcha. Giraffe neck? Dude, leave her alone. Leave her alone, Nair. Yeah, it looks like it was a brawl. So next, in this other trans student got into a fight with 3 older girls in the bathroom. It's not clear. It's not yet clear if their gender identities had a role in the altercation. Next, it experienced several months of bullying from students, according to their guardian. Let me see here. I really just feel like the activists coming out and making these strong claims about other people is probably not the move. That's all I can say about it, because there's not any information out there.
Right fucking now, Taylor. Jade, why are you even fucking mad?
I don't even know if I can watch this on stream.
Why am I mad? Doesn't matter why I'm mad. You already fucking.
It's always girls wearing sweats, dude. Why is that?
No. Put your shit down, or else she's gonna get broke. Jade, Why can't you just leave this shit alone? Put your shit down. No, how about you just leave your shit down before your shit gets broke? Put your shit down.
Dude, this bitch did a spin move.
Yeah, nigga.
Jesus. White girl dropping the N-word in Walmart, dude.
What are you mad, Jay? Get that nigga. Go, Jay, go. You wanna fucking talk? Get that.
No, the ones that I saw were significantly worse than this. Just like pulling hair and shit and biting and clawing and shit, dude. Okay.
House Republicans trying to impeach President Biden.
Oh, yeah. Also, update for those who have been watching the past couple of days where I wanted to set up a debate with the... Oh, well, it's gone now. Cool. Let's see if it pops up. The Jovan Bradley... Oh, it's because I'm on the news. Yeah, this Jovan Bradley guy, I tried to set up a debate. He has not responded to my DM. He responded to me in chat. Stop. But the problem is he only responds in chat. I don't want to like sit there and be a debate pedo in his chat. I'd rather just set it up in DMs. But he doesn't respond to his DMs because I'm banned from Twitch, and he multi-streams to Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. So I can't even get in contact with him. Okay.
Biden will meet behind closed doors with the president's brother, James. This interview comes as a series of Biden family business associates have testified that the president was not involved in his family's foreign business dealings, which undermines the central allegation that is part of the Republican investigation. On top of that, the stunning revelation overnight that one of the informants relied on by House Republicans said he was given information by the Russians, information the prosecutors say is false. And now, for the first time, we are hearing from Republicans who are processing this, you might say, spinning this news. Let's get right to CNN anchor and chief congressional correspondent Manu Raju, who is on Capitol Hill chasing down these lawmakers about to hear from James Biden. Manu, what are they saying?
Yeah, they're actually defiant in the face of these damning revelations that really undercuts a central component of their impeachment investigation into the president, that as vice president, he acted in a corrupt scheme with his son, Hunter Biden. That was the basis of the FBI informant Alexander Smirnov's testimony, or what he told federal prosecutors, and that is what has been the cause of his indictment, saying that the FBI and DOJ saying that he essentially made all of that up, and that could be the source of Russian disinformation. Now, for the first time, we've put the question directly to the Republicans who are investigating all of this, including the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan, who I asked him about this revelation and whether he would take back what he had said about the president being involved in this bribery scheme, and Jim Jordan was defiant about the president's involvement in a bribery scheme now that Alexander Smirnov has proven to have made it up, and it was based off Russian intelligence.
Doesn't change the four fundamental facts. Hunter Biden was put on the board of Burisma, gets paid $1 million a year. Fact number two, he's not qualified to be on the board. He said so himself in an interview, I don't know, with you or some network. Fact number three, Zolochevsky and Pizarski, the two executives at Burisma, specifically asked Hunter Biden, can you weigh in with D.C. and help us deal with the pressure we are facing from the prosecutor? Fact number four, Joe Biden, then he gets called. Hunter Biden calls his dad, according to Devin Archer, Hunter Biden's business partner. Fact number four, Joe Biden then goes to Ukraine 3 days later and conditions the release of the money, American tax money, on the firing of the prosecutor who was applying the pressure to the company that Hunter Biden sat on the board of.
You said the 1023 is the most corroborating piece of information you have.
It corroborates, but it doesn't change those fundamental facts. So now
it's not true.
Well, so okay, so it's the.
So that is one thing that Jim Jordan did actually say just a few weeks ago about that information from the FBI informant who is alleged to have made all of this up, saying that this is what Jordan said. This is the most corroborating evidence we have is that 1023 form, referring to the form that the FBI officials filled out while they were interviewing this informant. He said this is coming from a highly credible, confidential human source. And now we know that that is not true, but it really underscores the challenges that Republicans face here in trying to build the case to impeach Joe Biden. A number of members, especially in the rank and file, especially from swing districts, simply believe that the case has not been made. And that was before this indictment of this FBI informant. Shows you the hurdles they face as they face a critical moment in this more than year-long investigation into the president, with James Biden, the president's brother, here behind closed doors. That testimony about to begin in a matter of minutes. Hunter Biden expected to come next week.
Yeah, what an interesting conversation you just had there, Manu, with Jim Jordan, with a night to think about this, trying to explain away this new revelation. Thank you so much for being there. Keep us posted. Again, expecting to see James Biden arrive fairly shortly. Sarah.
It's me, John. All right. CNN senior law enforcement analyst and former deputy director of the FBI, Andrew McCabe, is joining us. I know you were listening. I have the first question to you really is, looking at this, Republicans have been using what is now debunked information as a critical part of this impeachment hearing against Biden. What do you make of the fact that they have now turned this on the FBI and said, hey, why didn't they know that this informant was a liar? He's been, you know, talking with them for over a decade. What's your reaction?
Well, a couple things, Sarah. So were this a legal matter, which it's not. Impeachment is a political matter. If this were a case making its way to an intended prosecution, there's almost no way it would go forward at this point. It's almost impossible to salvage a successful prosecution after your primary informant is exposed as a fabricator. But of course, that's not where we are. This is politics. So I suppose the Republicans feel like they have to take some position. I think there are legitimate questions to ask about reliance, about what the FBI thought about this source early on. We know that he has been an official informant for them for as long as, I think, 10 years now. He's received numerous admonitions along the way. He likely has had some record of success and corroborated reporting, but this one went completely off the rails. It seemed to me that the FBI was not, if you look back at the history of this, they were not really convinced about this reporting early on. They received it in 2020. They didn't act upon it in 2020. We also know that after receiving this reporting, the special prosecutor Weiss was compelled to agree to a very favorable plea agreement for Hunter Biden that did not include any allegations of corruption. So I think the bigger question to ask right now is why, only after pronounced political pressure from people like James Comer and Chuck Grassley, did the special prosecutor do a complete 180 and begin to kind of treat this reporting as something that needed to be dealt with investigatively.
Republicans had complained that they weren't getting all the information on this informant, but they believed what he said, hook, line, and sinker. How do you think it got this far before the FBA and ultimately the DOJ as a whole realized just how many lies had been told?
Well, I think it's significant that the Bureau tried to resist turning over the 1023 to Congress, and that's likely because in that period of time, they were trying to corroborate what had been told to them. The 1023, as we know, is raw source reporting. It is not an opinion about whether or not the reporting is accurate. It is simply the FBI's way of documenting what the source tells you.
The Fed should not be a strong arm to take down anyone who disagrees or is against the interests of the current administration. Is that what's going on here? What do you think is going on here?
We also know from the indictment that they went through a pretty extended process of investigating the reporting. They talked to his associates. They looked at his communications and email, his associates' communications, his travel records, other people's travel records, and ultimately were able to patch that together to determine what he was telling them about these alleged meetings in 2015 and 2016 couldn't possibly be true. That takes some time to do. And obviously they're at the point now where they feel very confident that the source made the entire thing up.
There are, like you said, a lot of questions that need to be answered by Hunter in this relationship. But what happens now to him when you have, this is really explosive information. You just said a criminal prosecution with this is your lead witness. Boy, you're in trouble. This is probably the end of the case. What happens now, do you think, with Hunter Biden?
Well, it's interesting here because this witness who is now flamed out is not really a witness in the two cases that are going forward against Hunter Biden. Those are cases based on tax charges and also a gun charge. But his lawyers have done kind of an interesting thing here. They made a filing to the court yesterday, basically saying that they had an agreement, a plea agreement, which was favorable to them, and that the prosecutor walked away from that agreement only when on the basis of this reporting, which we now know to be false. And they are saying, so therefore, Judge, you should require the prosecutors to live up to the agreement they formally entered into and impose this plea agreement back on the parties. I'm not sure that's going to work, but it is an interesting way of trying to tie his two prosecutions to this, to the fallacy of this false testimony.
Andrew McCabe, it is always nice to have you on to unpack all of this.
I think Biden is mucking up BS against Trump because he's the leader of Republicans now, and he's afraid if he doesn't muck it up, he'll get his ass whooped. In reality, Trump polls higher than Biden. That's what I think. If the Dems were going to muck it up, if Biden was going to muck it up, why didn't they do this like significantly earlier? Why is it only when the guy admits that he didn't get the claims against the Bidens from credible sources? Why is it that only then did they do anything? I'm going to call you whatever your screen name is right now. Like if they wanted to do that, then why they do it like this? No, this is the year of election season. It would have made more sense for them to try and like knock this out well before now, right? Why wait this long? I mean, we can always do the cope. We can always do the cope that, oh, well, you know, everything that the Bidens do is a corrupt ploy to try and discredit Trump, and Trump is just, you know, being bullied by all of the people, you know, like we can do that cope. But unfortunately, all it does is make you look like you have no spine. All it does is it makes you look like anything goes. Trump can say whatever, and there are no repercussions. But under a legitimate process, the Bidens can, or like this is even assuming, and I don't know if this is even true. This is assuming that the Bidens did this like because they're attacking the Bidens, when it could also very easily be, and stay with me here, the guy just lied. Now, far be it from me to just like call someone a liar because whatever, but is it not also equally valid? Is it not equally valid to take what you're saying and apply it to Trump, that he's trying to muck up, and the Republicans, they're trying to muck up the views on Biden leading up to the election? Because there's way more credible information out there indicting Trump, literally, criminally indicting Trump, than there is that Biden did anything with Burisma. And no one has recanted anything that they've said about Trump, even his co-conspirators. But on the flip side, there have been people that have recanted everything they said about the Bidens. Or what they said about the Bidens just does not match up to what the media is saying that they said about the Bidens. Like there was that one guy that said, yeah, I talked to Biden on the phone while I worked at Burisma. Yeah, he was on conference calls all the time. But then when you ask him what they talked about, it was like, how's the fishing down there? You should really be more charitable to the right. Is anyone to your right? Are Trump supporters attacking you or trying to get you banned from social media? Well, there have been, yes, people on the right that were trying to get me banned off of social media. The left does it too. I fight against the left all the time. But just because the people who right now are the ones primarily, you know, getting people banned off of social media, I don't think that I should change my entire political alignment based off of who is and who isn't nice to me personally. I am very charitable to individual conservatives who are, you know, pro-Trump. I'm pretty, like, especially when I'm talking to them, I'm really charitable. And I take pride in that. But when it comes to people who are spreading misinformation or who are media, you know, media critics or whatever no, I'm not going to be charitable to them. They have more access to information than I do. And then they do this shit. Just blatantly lie all the time. Yeah. Plus, Biden is constantly accused of having Alzheimer's and shit. How is it that this guy has Alzheimer's and he's able to get away with everything? He's just such a master manipulator that he can get away with everything. Despite all of the, dementia brainworms that he has. All right, let's see here. Okay, one more on this. One more again.
On our breaking news tonight, as the former FBI informant who is charged with lying about the Biden family's dealings in Ukraine now says it was Russian intelligence officials who gave him those fake stories. Much of this information from this informant, and quite possibly was and quite possibly still is, at the center of the GOP's impeachment efforts into President Biden and has been amplified relentlessly by right-wing media, essentially doing Putin's work for him. Here tonight is CNN senior media reporter Oliver Darcy. And Oliver, just to give people a sense of what this has sounded like and what this has looked like for people who watch these channels or visit these sites, this is what this has been like for the last few months.
Republicans need to pick a story. Yeah. Is it that he's a master manipulator or is he dementia-addled, For future reference, can you explain to me what kind of behavior gets me banned in your chat so I actually know how to conduct myself and not act blindly? Well, if you think to yourself, man, this is kind of edgy, it's probably 6 or 7 layers removed from what we think is edgy versus what we think is really, really up to say or really hateful. When you are in my chat and you are a minor and you start to talk about your sexual preferences, you should probably take a second and think, you know what? I probably shouldn't do that. And I should ban you again. It's just, I don't know how to explain to you how to be normal.
There are now real and growing concerns that your president, the president of our country, is compromised. How real of a Joe Biden bribery scandal allegation is this?
Well, every day this bribery scandal becomes more credible.
We already know the president took bribes from Burisma.
This is about the big guy himself, Joe Biden, a corrupt career politician who is now very credibly accused of public corruption on a scale this country has never seen before.
The most corroborating evidence we have is that 1023 form from this highly credible, confidential human source, according to U.S. Attorney Scott Brady.
I mean, I guess to their credit, the FBI was treating this person as a confidential human source that they've been relying on. But clearly we've seen what has happened now that they've looked into his claims.
Yeah, I mean, most media organizations were skeptical of these claims, given what they are, that the former vice president took a $5 million bribe along with his son. And so they treated them with skepticism. Fox News, on the other hand, aired this propaganda, left and right. If you were watching Fox News, you were being inundated with these claims. And if you talk to Republicans and they say, Biden is head of this Biden crime family, this crime syndicate, and you wonder why that is. It's because they're being inundated by people like Sean Hannity, who repeated these claims in almost 100 segments just last year with this information. And so if you want to understand why so much of the Republican Party supported, for instance, impeaching the former president last year, I think it was 78% of Republicans supported that. You have to understand where they're getting their information, and it's coming from people like Hannity who are lying. And now, of course, now that this is falling apart in public, they're really nowhere to be found. They're either ignoring this, or you see people even stoking further conspiracies, saying that basically anyone who speaks out against Biden gets arrested, and that's what happened in this case.
So they're not coming out and reporting on the fact that this filing says he's basically been making it all up and getting it from Russian intelligence officers.
The night this broke, it was not mentioned by people like Hannity, who have relentlessly amplified this claim. And now they're sort of acknowledging it, but acknowledging it in a way that, again, stokes further conspiracy theories.
Oliver Darcy, thank you. Reaction now from two friends of the source, Democratic strategist Paul Begala and former Trump White House communications director Alyssa Farah Griffin. I think, Paul, a lot of people are probably reading through this filing thinking, are we really doing this again?
Yeah, Russia is our enemy. Russia wants to hurt America. People say meddled. They didn't. They invaded, cyber invasion in the 2016 election. They're apparently trying to do it again with human sources. And the people who are repeating this, First, in their defense, the strongest drug I know is confirmation bias, right? So you hear something, I don't like Trump. So if somebody says something bad about Trump, I'm going to believe it. Having said that, people who have a media platform have a responsibility to do more than just nod their head when something confirms their bias. And they have become dupes, what Stalin used to call useful idiots. You hear that phrase a lot these days, and that's what a lot of the right-wing media has become.
Alyssa, what do you make of this?
Well, listen, this is the Russian playbook. And I think if the average American had a better understanding of how Russians engage in information warfare and disinformation warfare, and they've been doing it for decades in the U.S., but in this era of democratized media, social media, right-wing, and highly polarized partisan media, it's able to be amplified so much quicker. This is textbook. Anytime you see something that caters to, exactly to your point, what you dislike about an opponent, and it almost seems so out there, and there's not much backing it, you should be skeptical. You should be skeptical of information you're provided, and real journalists will kind of suss that out. But I mean, Sean Hannity mentioned this.
I don't try to be edgy. I try to be honest with what I believe, and I don't generally lie about what I believe to make others feel better. I'm not asking you to lie. I'm asking you to keep it to yourself.
Specific issue more than 24 times on his program and opening monologues without going into the layers of actually pulling back who this person could be. I think there are a lot of members of Congress, by the way, Republican members, who don't have the sophistication to suss out what might in fact just be Russian disinformation.
I mean, that's concerning. Paul, on the other topic, we started the hour with Governor Brian Kemp talking about Trump's legal troubles. We've learned tonight, I should note, that his leadership PAC, Trump's, not Kemp's, paid out more than $2.9 million to law firms last month, racked up another $1.9 million in unpaid legal bills at the end of January. This is what Governor Kemp said about Trump's legal issues and when he predicts they could be resolved.
I think most voters probably feel the same way I do. I mean, we're a country that was built on laws and the Constitution, and it's you know, up to us really as elected leaders to be the ones that exemplify that in a lot of ways. So we'll see where the process plays out. I think probably they will be ruled on for the election.
We don't hear that from many Republican leaders.
Right. No conspiracy theories, no trashing of the prosecutors or the judge who he appointed in this case, Judge McAfee in the Georgia case. What Brian Kemp has that I don't know many Republicans who do is a fearlessness. He's not scared of Donald Trump. Donald Trump put up a really talented Republican primary opponent against him, David Perdue, a millionaire former senator. Kemp beat him by a margin of 52. A margin. He took on Trump's best guy and whipped him. And the rest of these Republicans ought to listen to Brian Kemp and watch him. They're all so cowed by Trump, you can hear him moo.
And by the way, he did it while passing conservative policies, while actually delivering for his state, and while not making Trump the focus, but when asked, being honest, being principled, and sticking to his core beliefs. He's kind of a model for what a post-Trump Republican should and could look like.
Okay. Let's look at some of the immigration stuff, because evidently Trump admitted to sinking the entire deal. And to my Republican viewers, all right, or my conservative viewers, Biden. 1 second. To my Republican or conservative viewers, I would love to hear like an actual defense of something like this. Let's hear what he has to say, or what they have to say, but I'd love to hear like an actual defense of shutting down talks in the Capitol because it'll be politically expedient for you in a future election.
News town hall, Trump essentially admitted to killing the bipartisan border security bill in Congress because it would have, quote, made it much better for the opposing side. Biden.
Why were you against the House, against the Senate border deal, the bipartisan border?
Well, they allow 5,000 people a week. Number one, that, but it also made it much better for the opposing side. I don't know if you've heard this, but I came up with this one: migrant crime. There's violent crime, there's migrant crime. We have a new category of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's going to be worse than any other form of crime.
Yeah, actually, that's so many things about that are wrong. So many things about that are a lie. I mean, first of all, one stat after another shows that what he says, migrant crime worse than all other crimes. One stat after another just says that's not true. Of course, there's individual examples, terrible examples like we saw in New York. But overall, if facts matter, if numbers matter, if data matters, what he said there's a lie. Saying that the bill lets in 5,000 migrants, that's a lie. But Chris Matthews, I just want to zero in because you worked in the House, and it's just extraordinary that you actually have the President of the United States that talks about migrant crime. So let's just say it's the worst thing in the world. Let's take his lie. And just for argument's sake, say, okay, Donald, we'll accept your lie that migrant crime, you believe migrant crime is the worst crime in the world. So what does Donald Trump do? He admits at the same time he's going to allow, quote, migrant crime, which is the worst crime, as he says, to continue for another year. He's going to allow fentanyl to continue to flood across the border for another year. He's going to allow Americans to die because of fentanyl for another year. He's going to allow, what they say that spies from other countries, Chinese spies from other countries are coming across the southern border. He's going to allow that for another year. And he admits it, that he's going to allow all this to happen because he says, quote, it's good for the other side. So he's going to kill the bill because he doesn't want James Langford, a conservative Republican, to work with Democrats on a problem that he says is the worst problem in America. Kind of hard to sort through that, Chris, isn't it?
Well, the thing is that the Republicans and Trump will still benefit from the border issue. If they cut a deal and they really squeeze the Democrats and get them to do something they don't want to do, which is get really tough on the asylum issue and narrow the definition of what it is and really separate the wheat from the chaff and let the right people in and keep the wrong people out, he still will have the border issue. He's clearly anti-immigrant, and clearly that's a good issue for him. So even if he cut a deal like this, it doesn't make any sense. He's got the problem. The American people have the problem, and he still would have won the fight. It's an issue. The border works for the Republicans. It's a fact. Like inflation, it just does. People don't like prices, they're going to vote Republican. So I think he really was. I don't understand this because, again, I'm going back to the House Republicans. I know they have a narrow, very narrow advantage there, holding the majority. But there's some good things they could be doing here. They could be doing something about the border, like the Senate did. They can do this. It's doable, and they don't want to do it. They're afraid of taking him on Putin, and I don't understand what an anti-communist party like the Republican Party has always been, why they can't be anti-Putin. What is it? Putin puts people away. He invades other countries. He's like Hitler that way. First, it's Munich. By the way, it's amazing. We just had the meeting in Munich. Munich, 1938. They took Czechoslovakia. 1939, they took Poland. 1940, they took France. Don't you see the pattern here? Doesn't everybody see what Putin's up to? One country at a time. Right now, it's trying to take Ukraine's freedom away from it. This is good Republican ideology. Where are the Republicans? Don't they have to go back to their people and say, I know you love Trump, but here's what I believe. Here's what I believe. We got to stop communism in the world. We got to stop this guy Putin because he acts like a communist. He's a tyrant. Why don't we do something about him? They don't seem to want to move. He said he likes Navalny because he's being treated like Navalny. He wouldn't even mention.
Okay, hold on. I thought there was going to be. Let me hear this again.
Biden. Why were you against the House, against the Senate border deal, the bipartisan border?
Well, they allow 5,000 people a week. Number one, that, but it also made it much better for the opposing side. I don't know if you've heard this, but I came up with this one: migrant crime. There's violent crime, there's migrant crime. We have a new category of crime. It's called migrant crime, and it's going to be worse than any other form of crime.
Yeah, actually, that's so many things about that are wrong. So many things about that are a lie. I mean, first of all.
Okay, so he didn't explicitly say it. Okay, that's a little gay. Okay, let's see what some of these links are. Tim Pool seething. It's been a while since we watched anything from Tim Pool. I can't stand the guy. I can't stand Tim Pool or his guests 99% of the time because it's one of those things where there are people that I don't like to debate or engage with because they're so conspiracy brained that I would have to be up and hip on every single one of these stupid conspiracies in order to be able to contend with them in a debate. And that's what they are. They are conspiracies. That is just what they are. But they don't want to admit that. So you have to kind of engage with it. But in order to engage with it, you have to know enough about it. And that's really annoying when you don't want to like spend your entire life reading conservative websites and debunking them. Right? And that's what Tim Pool essentially is just like this homunculus of all the conspiracism that you could possibly get out of the Republican Party, but distilled into someone that won't commit himself to either political side, even though he seems to align with Tim Pool seems to align with the Republicans on every single issue. Like, it's really aggravating.
Biden DOJ arrests for...
one second. Like, you have people who follow the news and then people who follow conspiracies. One will help you interact with the world and understand what's happening in it. One will help you understand. One will help you interact with the world and understand what's happening in it. Only one will help you understand. Yeah, like, watching Tim Pool isn't going to help you understand what's going on in the world. It never will. There's just no world in which it actually... Well, there is a world, but he would have to start being honest about stuff, you know? One will help you talk to people through our conspiracy theorists versus... I'm sorry. I don't understand
former
what you're trying to
FBI
say.
informant who said Biden took bribes from Ukrainian energy company from the Post-Millennial. I can simplify this for you. The Biden Department of Justice has arrested a witness against Joe Biden. I mean, what do you do?
Who's the name of this guy?
So this is funny. It's funny. This is former FBI informant Alexander Smirnov, 43, arrested Thursday. You know what's funny about this? And you know why I don't believe it for 2 seconds? So this guy's a whistleblower accusing the Bidens of taking bribes. CNN has already called it, what do they call it? The now debunked? Or what did they say? Let me, they say Special Counsel David Weiss charged a former FBI informant with lying about President Joe Biden, his son Hunter Biden's involvement in business dealings with the Ukraine energy company. Smirnov is facing charges in connection with lying, blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Congressional Republicans have championed Smirnov's now discredited allegations. CNN is reporting it.
Well, even the Republicans are saying that they're discredited. They're not contesting whether he's credible or non-credible anymore. Like, we listened to the, who was it that we were listening to where they were interviewing him and he said, well, listen, we still have a trove. We still have a trove of evidence. If you still have this trove of evidence, if you still have this trove of evidence, then why did you need him in the first place? And if all the things that he's saying have been discredited, but all of the same things that you guys are pushing are those same talking points or those same arguments against Biden, then what evidence do you have? It seems like your entire case has gone up in flames.
Because of an indictment that proves the whistleblower is a liar and his claims have been discredited. There's been no trial. There's been no adjudication. Quite literally, all that has happened is Biden's DOJ has arrested the man accusing Biden of committing a crime. And CNN goes, oh, well, that proves it.
Who did they arrest for the Russian hoax? No one.
Kevin Kleinsmith.
Kevin Kleinsmith?
Kevin Kleinsmith. Yeah, the FBI lawyer who fabricated the email to get a false FISA warrant.
He didn't get arrested. He got a slap on the wrist.
Well, he got arrested. Yeah. Well, and he got criminally charged and he got probation. He didn't go to prison.
Yeah.
That's a difference.
But he did something different than in this case. He lied to a judge. He lied to a court. He falsified a document, correct?
Oh, yeah. He should be in prison.
So, but my question is, like, you know, you had these characters like Joseph Misford, who just disappears into the ether, who was feeding this information to the FBI and to the U.S. government that turned out to be a hoax. Or the guy that compiled the dossier, did he ever go to jail?
The Steele? He's British. Christopher Steele.
Is Smirnov? I assume
That's true. Fair point.
I assume he's not American.
Yeah, he's not American either. Julian Assange is in jail. He's not American. Right. Well, it seems to me that there is a criminal conspiracy currently underway within the United States government. The reporting from Michael Schellenberger and Alex Gutentag and Matt Taibbi has been rather revealing. Have you seen that stuff?
I haven't seen what came out today.
So the story, it was a story from yesterday. So I think today one did come out. This is the final chapter in the story. But there's allegedly this binder.
Oh yeah, I've seen this.
That has information pertaining to the start of the Russiagate hoax and the Crossfire hurricane, basically the conspiracy to overthrow the United States government, as I would describe it. And the question is, who has it? Some argue that Donald Trump took it, or someone in his administration took it, and that's why they raided his home. They're desperately trying to find it because it's evidence. However, one source told Michael Schellenberger, in fact, they have it hidden themselves because they don't want it to get out. So if anyone requests it, there's a FOIA or anything, they're like, we don't have it.
Why wouldn't they just burn it?
I don't know.
The memories. You don't want to get rid of the keepsake.
All the pictures.
I mean, why did they write an article called The Shadow Campaign to Save the 2020 Election?
Like that's another one I deployed.
Because they always return to the scene of the crime. And I'll mention this too, because we're kind of all over the place right now. But if you think 2020 was a shadow campaign, you better damn well believe there's a shadow campaign going on right now to save the 2024
What
election.
I think is happening, this is my bird's eye view hypothesis, is that we're transitioning from our liberal economic order, our 80-year-old order, to this new world order, and that there's people trying to facilitate that, and they're willing to commit crimes in order to make that happen, and while at the same time cover up the crimes that they've been committing to make this happen, by committing new crimes.
No, I kind of agree with you, but I think you're wrong. I think we're transitioning from a liberal economic order into a communist utopia.
That unfortunately may be the new world order if we don't do it right.
This would be the first time it's ever been tried. In fact, that's where we're currently at.
Utopia is supposed to be spelled EU. That means good place. Utopia with an E. The letter U. That's just Thomas, whoever wrote the book in
Sir
the 1500s.
Thomas More.
Yeah, Thomas More wrote that, and it's actually a very dystopian place in his book.
Yes, the EU is also a dystopian place. In my
Utopia.
Utopia.
It does feel like the U.S. government's been hijacked by global banking industries.
Like, is there like literally anything in here that they're saying that I can dispute? Like, what is the point of ever watching people like this? We just watched conservatives who are anti-Biden engage with the idea that this guy is completely discredited, admit it, and these people are still saying the same shit. They're saying the exact same shit. Oh, it's just the deep state. We're moving away. We're living in a communist utopia. It's like, man, can you imagine like what an amazing world we would live in if people were able to critically evaluate news, if people were able to like critically evaluate people that they liked or disliked, rather than just like automatically assume it's all a plot against them, dude.
And they're just selling us out and moving us towards this new corporate governance.
I don't know. You work with these people. What do you think?
We're transitioning. But I mean, the whole term disinformation, for instance, you have to control the information to set up this new alternate reality, this utopia. And we know they're doing it. Like, on the weaponization committee, I've sat there, I've looked at the documents, the communications from the White House to the social media companies where they're trying to control all of this, and all of the elements of a dystopian future are there.
Well, how come the Republicans are so bad at everything?
Which part do you want to get into?
Everyone thinks that their side is really bad at everything. Everybody does this. Everybody thinks this for some reason. Well, I know why it is. It's because you're not getting exactly what you want. And because you're not getting exactly what you want immediately, I guess that means that they don't know how to do anything, or they're dragging their feet on purpose or some shit like that. Like, I mean, the reality of the situation is that the unfortunate reality of the situation is that the Republicans put all of their, all of their eggs in one basket, and it's coming out really bad for them. They shouldn't have ever trusted this guy on what he said. That's the unfortunate reality for conservatives on this. Okay, do we have those supplies? We don't. We need more immigrants now. How do I attract more of these guys, dude? More jewelry? Bro, invite your friends here so that they'll be miners for the diamonds. All right.
There may be
boy.
different reasons.
What's making you most depressed right now?
Yeah,
Is
there
it
you go.
depressing
That's a good place to
Let's
start.
talk about you being depressed. Welcome to Grimcast.
What? You're wearing a national debt tracker.
Yes, I built this. By the way, it's an anxiety generator.
Do you feel like you have like a bomb strapped to your
Yes.
chest?
Yeah.
Now, hold on. That's actually tracking the national debt, right?
Correct.
So does that mean the rate of growth will increase or decrease based on spending in Congress?
Yes.
Wow.
In fact, some people vote. By the way, I'm wearing this on my lapel, and I wear it every day, every moment I'm in Congress. And now I've got members
It's
of
a great
Congress.
resolution.
They're voting and then turning and looking at my debt clock to see if their vote changed.
That's the best.
Then I had one congresswoman who couldn't stop staring at it, and I had to tell her my eyes were up here.
Women are out of control.
But she
always trying to stare at a man's national debt.
No, she told me to make a belt buckle out of it.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You could have a whole line of like Ray-Bans where it's just like along the top of the sunglasses.
Yeah.
But
well, let me just finish this. So I built this debt clock. Like I built it a year ago. I wrote the code. There's about 1,500 lines of code. It goes to Treasury once a day, gets the actual debt to the penny because that's as frequently as they publish it. And then it tells you at any given moment what the closest estimation of the debt is right now. And Tim, I brought you one.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right on.
It's called a debt badge.
The
They
best.
took my design and improved it a little bit. This is the new
From time to time and just watching it spin up.
And you know what? It's inaccurate. The debtclock.org.
Oh, by how much in what way?
$50 billion at any given time. Some guy got one of my debt clocks and he called up and he says, this thing isn't working.
You're like, no,
got
it's
the
more
wrong-"
accurate.
I'm like, this is the most accurate debt clock on the planet.
We should get a big one like that clock up there and put it next to the clock too.
Ooh, USB-C.
Yes.
Just feels stressed
He's
all the
charging
time.
it right now. Now
That's great resolution. What is that?
It's 320 by 170 is the screen on this. But I also brought you a stand.
Great.
Made out of copper roof flashing from my house. I had some roof flashing left over.
All right.
And you just, like, I'll show you here on my debt clock. You just clip it to that and you can set it there.
That's great.
I guarantee you I haven't
33 trillion.
put any spyware in it.
So, well, I'm not going to plug it into my computer.
Defaulting on the interest would be unethical. Is that correct?
But do the short. Yeah,
Maybe
you
it's
got it.
bugged. It comes
into-
now, so you
into
should
like that,
listen
right?
to us from now on.
Yeah. And then it'll just sit there on your desk.
Look at that.
And you can be depressed all day.
How long's the battery last?
On the
Is that the rest
old
of
bars?
this?
Is that what it was?
gold, each minute it to their own.
100, was it 104 or 100? Imcast.com for
Oh my God, what a useless segment. Okay. Michael Knowles.
Can we go back to the happiness feminist conversation
Sure.
and tie it up? So I wanted to ask you, do you think that should be the ultimate good and the metric for which we base like our justice system and our just overall societal progress on is self-reported happiness?
Well, I don't know even what you mean by societal progress. I mean, you know, justice is a habit of virtue that inclines the will to give to one what he deserves, right? So it's about deserts.
Right.
And so we protect certain rights and we enforce certain laws, or at least we used to. We don't really do that as much in this country anymore. And an aspect of political justice would be human flourishing. So when we talk about happiness, I'm very interested in happiness, but I'm interested in happiness in the way that Aristotle's interested in happiness, which is eudaimonia.
Yeah.
You know, a way to live the best.
Eudaimonia?
And I think that we can know something about that through our faculties of reason, which are objective. And if reason weren't objective and at least somewhat reliable, we couldn't have self-government. Now, the way that happiness is often used in our modern culture is
It's
just
hedonism.
is hedonism, like the utilitarians, right? Just means getting pleasure and avoiding pain, or is just totally subjective, to the point where you say, well, don't yuck my yum. You know, what's de gustibus non disputandum est. You know, maybe I like this and you don't like this. Well, sure. I mean, restaurants have menus for a reason, but there must be some limiting principle here. We must know something about what is conducive to human happiness. And if we don't, then how do we have self-government?
So I want to go back. I agree. I just don't know if self-reported happiness is more congruent with the subjective reports of happiness, or that eudaimonia that you're referring to.
Sure, it's just the best we've got.
Well, and also something you said in the beginning about individualism. Like, do you prefer sociocentric countries? Do you not love America and the?
What do you mean sociocentric?
Like countries where, like, you're like, oh, part of the problem with feminism is so focused on the self. Well, I think that is one of the cornerstones of like Western civilization. Is instead of being
it's a very liberal view of Western civilization.
Yeah, which I think is what makes Western civilization so wonderful. Like, we are one of the only, I think we are like the only one founded on individualistic rights, like principles that we.
I don't think we really are founded that way. I think that's what people say we were founded on now. But you know, you hear a phrase like liberal democracy. That's the popular way to describe our country now. That phrase appears basically nowhere in the English language until the 30s. Then it jumps a little bit in the 40s. It really doesn't take off in English literature until the 80s. America, the Founding Fathers didn't think of us as a liberal democracy. They were influenced by some Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke and Montesquieu say, but they were also influenced by the classical tradition. And the classical tradition is one of the common good, not in the communist sense of that. But again,
They thought the common good was best pursued by having individual rights instead of, like, that's one of the reasons we founded ourselves on a separation of church and state. You have the right.
We were not founded on a separation of church and state.
Yeah, I mean, we can get into that. I think.
Sure. It's well, incidental to this point, but it appears in no founding document. There's one errant letter from Thomas Jefferson to a friend that mentions the phrase.
Wait, hold on. Separation of church and state constitution. Three central concepts were derived from the First Amendment, which became America's doctrine for church-state separation. No coercion in religious matters, no expectation to support a religion against one's will, and religious liberty encompasses all religions. In sum, citizens are free to embrace or reject a faith, and support for religion, financial or physical, must be voluntary, and all religions are equal in the eyes of the law with no special preference or favoritism.
And the Treaty of Tripoli makes some...
It's mostly implied, right? Right. But like the only reason these people say that there isn't, like, it's not in the Constitution, even though that's the interpretation of the Constitution by the framers, they're totally fine with selling out the interpretation of the framers if it doesn't fit into their very recent version of American nationalism, right? Which is very, very hardcore wrapped up in religious zealotry. So it doesn't fit with their current understanding of what it means to be an American or whatever So those founders were wrong, but the founders were right on everything that we agree with, right?
A little knock on Christianity to appease the Muslim pirates who were capturing our sailors. But, you know, when the First Amendment established no church at the national level, the reason for that is not that there was a firm separation of church and state. It's because there were already established churches at the state level. In many states that persisted for decades after the Constitution.
The only reference to God in the whole thing is that you can't have a test for political office. They purposely left it out. You're saying that that they didn't need to found this state.
They refer to religion explicitly, and they say we won't have a church at the national level because we have churches established at the state level.
It says that? Where does it say that in the Constitution, that we're only doing this because we have churches?
Not only doing that, but we can see it in history and in the ratification debates. That's why in a number of states for decades after the ratification, you had established churches. And this changes through 19th century jurisprudence, unfortunately, but that's, that has nothing to do, obviously, with the founding of the country. Furthermore, you have in the national anthem, which also comes from the 19th century, the notion that this be our motto and God is our trust, which is from a forgotten verse of the Star-Spangled Banner. You also have it in our money. You also have it in the benedictions and the invocations of the Continental Congress and the Constitutional Convention. So you also have it in the speeches of George Washington. And so, John Adams says that the American government will be based on the Christian morality. John Jay, first Chief Justice of the United States, says the same thing. He goes even further.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a bunch of quotes I can pull out from the other side. You can
there aren't really.
Yeah,
there are. There's one from Thomas Jefferson.
God took the Bible and cut out every reference to the supernatural and kept the rest for wisdom.
Thomas Jefferson did make a commentary on the Bible and his views were a little odd, I grant you. But I've already granted to you that in a private letter, Thomas Jefferson advocated for a separation of church and state.
And our Constitution does, right? There's there's a separation of church and state.
Where?
You have the First Amendment.
Where do you see?
Congress shall make no. I mean, I can pull it up. We can read it word for word.
Right.
But I mean, it is there. We didn't just all
Let's just read it.
This. Yeah,
listen, I didn't go to law school, so.
While she looks that up, one of the other questions I wanted to get into.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting free exercise thereof.
Right. So now where do you see a separation of church and state?
Well, when you say Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment.
That is the doctrine of separation of church and state as codified in law. The separation of church and state is a concept derived from the First Amendment. But you have to play dumb and you have to pretend like America has always been a Christian nation that will always respect Christian morality first, and then everybody else is just coping, or whatever the fuck argument you want to make. Like, yeah, you can say that, but you're being intentionally dishonest.
establishment of religion, that is that separation.
Right. And so what is the Congress?
The federal government, is that what you're saying? So you're saying
it's the lawmaking body for the federal government, right?
Yes, but if like
before the incorporation
if
doctrine
the state of California starts to be like, actually in all our schools we're going to start enforcing Christian ideology in our public schools, that would be unconstitutional under this First Amendment.
In fact, that was the way that basically all schools operated in the country until the middle of the 20th century.
Until the Supreme Court said that you can't have
prayer in schools and you can't teach the
because
Bible. Right.
of the First Amendment.
Well, no.
Yes.
The middle step was the incorporation of the Bill of Rights to the
okay,
states,
sure, but that's been incorporated unless you don't want that part.
Right, but you're just saying the country was founded on the separation of church and state. I'm saying that wasn't even brought up as a matter of jurisprudence until many decades later. And then it wasn't enforced in schools until a century after that.
Yeah, because no rights were, right? That's what the incorporation.
No, I think
guess
there
I'm
were
just confused.
rights.
Do you believe the Bill of Rights is like a founding document or not?
The Bill of Rights is
Yes.
a list of 10 amendments to the U.S.
Yes.
Constitution.
Do you believe it is a founding document when it comes to like basically the United States as a whole?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then, to me, I don't understand why the conversation is continuing, because if you believe the Bill of Rights is integral to the founding of this nation, and the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment states that no religion shall be.
You can.
Yeah, I think you're misunderstanding what that phrase meant to the people who wrote it and the people who lived under that government.
It just seems to me, where would the misunderstanding be?
I think you're misunderstanding that the Bill of Rights did not apply to the states at the time, and the lack of an establishment of a church at the national level does not imply that there cannot be an establishment of a church at the state level, which we know for a fact there was at the time of ratification.
I guess I am a little bit confused, because I don't understand if the Bill of Rights is part of the federal basically legislator, right? It's part of the federal law.
But we have a
and
federal
we are
system.
under, but the whole point of creating the Constitution, and according to the Federalist Papers as well, is that, oh no, we need some like overarching law that, goes throughout the nation, so that way that we can be a united nation.
Not exactly. So federalism, right, refers to the principle of subsidiarity, to the view that there would be different levels of government. Frankly, all the way down to the individual, right, and the family and the community and the state and the national government. So certain powers and rights were reserved to the federal government, but they were relatively small at the ratification of the Constitution. And then many rights and laws and powers were reserved to the states, and then some were reserved to the people.
Okay, let's see here. Let's let this just run on autopilot for a second, and let's see. Wait, is he talking to JLP right now?
You can go to stamps.com. Now, here's how it works. You print the postage from home. They send you a digital scale. You weigh it at home, you print the postage for the envelope, the package, whatever it may be, and then you schedule a pick-up. They will come to your door. Do you understand what I'm saying to you right now?
It's unbelievable.
A person.
So he still hasn't talked
to your door
to...
and take the package
Okay.
and mail it for you.
Never let conservatives forget this. As conservatives balk, U.S. Border Patrol Union endorses Senate immigration deal. Yeah, never let them forget that the people that they always talk about, oh, Border Patrol agrees with us that something needs to be done. Border Patrol says, hey, something does need to be done. And this is a really good idea for that.
Tonight, growing backlash to the newly revealed bill designed to beef up border security. House Republicans calling it dead on arrival.
I just don't believe that the Senate bill meets the criteria that's necessary to solve the problem.
The new legislation, negotiated by a small group of bipartisan senators, provides $60 billion to help support Ukraine and $14.1 billion for Israel. But the battle is over $20 billion worth of reforms to the nation's migration system. The bill expands the number of detention facilities, allows for an emergency declaration when more than 5,000 migrants cross on a given day, and raises the standards for migrants to qualify for asylum. GOP negotiator James Langford urging Republicans to pass it.
When we had a Republican House, Republican Senate, and President Trump as president, we weren't able to pass border security pieces.
President Biden supportive too.
We don't have enough agents.
But Biden supports it, so we can't. So stupid. All right, let's see. We could... Wait, hold on. Let's see if Stardust posted a video of her unhinged rant to Jalen. Nope. Okay. Let's look at J Stock. J Stock. Is this the one where Lav comes in and cries?
You know that I... Nice.
Interesting.
I just told you that she was abusing power.
You were in for this stupid Adam thing. Noise gate?
I guarantee you that Lav will post her makeup-less photos after this.
Which is better? Should I be a lol cow or should I be...
The end. There's just nothing else, guys. That's it. That. You're talking about what I just said, that I want to switch? I'm obviously shit-talking Destiny. It's fine. We're just going to only spamming ugly pictures of Lav, okay?
Okay, let's start from here.
Talk about killing me a lot.
So I got into a fight with Lav today in JStalk's Discord. I explained in the least aggro way I have ever explained why I dislike Lav. Oh wait, hold on one sec. Let me respond to this DM. It's the Joe Van Bradley guy finally responding. I haven't seen any, so I'm not sure how far you go with all of it. So we can touch on a few and see how the convo goes, if that's cool. I'd hate for us to choose one specific topic, then end up agreeing or end it there. I am a former... Okay. Anyways, so I had a long little exchange with Lav earlier, where I laid out pretty from Sondsol. Let's see here. Let me see here. Scroll up just a wee bit more. Me and someone else were talking about why I dislike Lav so much. And I don't like Lav because she will pick a fight with other people, play into the BPD woman stuff, and then act like everybody else is super shitty whenever they clap back or fight back against her. I think it's just like indicative of being a kind of super shitty person that can't take any criticism whatsoever. She got mad and questioned why I saw her as a bad person. I said, I see you as a bad person because you use performative cruelty to people around you constantly, but when people shit on you, there will be an hour-long crying meltdown on someone's stream begging for people to be charitable or for mod or something else. And then she says that I'm being performatively cruel to her by saying that. I said, nope, this is me talking in a public Discord about why I don't like you. Me being performatively cruel was posting you sucking your dog's dick 2 or 3 times. And it goes on and on and on. Let me see if I can find her big response here. Oh, I also said, she said, you've never even talked to me. And I said, we have talked actually 3 times. You wouldn't notice because every conversation you join turns into a discussion about you shitting, prolapse, or your so everyone gets bored and leaves or stays to shit on you. And she said it's not true. So I laid out the 3 times that it happened. I can name the 3 times this has happened. Once on Politically Provoked during a 3-hour convo, you jumped in and cucked the content by relentlessly talking about how juicy your is to big tech, despite everyone being uninterested. And twice on Wick panels, you jumped on and cucked the content. The first one talking about your and derailing the convo, and the second, I'll be honest, I saw you joined and thought I'd hang myself if I had to slog through another panel with you on it. Then I was accused of being performatively cruel again. Let me see here. This is the big response, I think. You named a few incidents or instances that drove your narrative. While I do talk and obsess and joke over my bowels and vagina, I give much more substantive conversation. Just the other day, I had a debate on liberalism. The debate before that was sex work. The debate before that was also liberalism, I think. You're intentionally being cruel to me because you don't like me or you find me annoying. I do this too. Everyone does this. We're human after all. Your last sentence is so interesting, though, because you seem to understand the desperation and exhaustion of having to deal with someone being callous to you. Why at this point would you be as callous as you've allowed yourself to be? Interesting. I said, because I've had people be performatively cruel to me. The difference between the two of us is that I'm not going to doom spiral and fight with everyone like my life depends on it, and instead can just meme and ignore people if need be. You say I'm being cruel right now, but at the end of the day, we both know that I'm just pointing out a pattern of behavior you have, but will never change. And the hand waving of that criticism is just your way of coping so you can continue the pattern of behavior. And now for the one that got copy pasted 1,000,000 times. Aw, she thinks she's people. True. So I'm a bad person because I'm deeply insecure and have a hunger to be liked, or at the very least, not constantly dogpiled. And I have a desperate belief that I can get the people that hate me to like me if I just say the right thing. And then I get exhausted. I cycle through cruelty to protect myself. And then I feel sad for being cruel. Then I'm vulnerable and people use it against me. The cycle continues. You're no better than me, no better a person, just looks stranger because you have completely dehumanized me from lack of wanting to see me as a person. I think, oh yeah, I copy pasted that. She said I was being cruel again. I said, had to copy paste it, but in reality, this is exactly the pattern I'm talking about. I gotta go, but we can hash it out sometime later. I'm sure there will be an opportunity to relitigate this for attention on JStalk's stream instead of actually recognizing the issues you have and changing for the better. And then she just says that I'm weaponizing cruelty against her. So I want to give an example of this kind of behavior. And it was on JStalk's stream, and she joined, and she demanded that she get mod privileges to ban people or delete their comments if they're being mean to her. And we'll go ahead and just go straight through it.
Like, excessively so. They're just always talking about wanting to murder me. It's a little wild, to tell you the truth. Not the only ones who constantly threaten to murder me, and getting a little weird when I go check my mentions, and that's a not insignificant portion, but, you know, I don't worry about it. I think they're probably just schizos. I'm definitely fine. Why is Lav making trouble again? I mean, she's not really making trouble. This is just content, I guess. I'm just annoyed that I have to say to my mods again, hey, if people are just randomly spamming ugly pictures of Lav, okay? Ones that you posted on Twitter, I don't know why you give people ammo, Lav. It's kind of weird.
No, those ones aren't the ones that I'm talking about. It's the dog pile in general.
Okay, Taxi, I'm sorry, buddy. You are out permanently. We'll have an unban form for you shortly, but you are out.
You are out.
I don't care about the
Get
ugly
fucked.
Jewish photos. Those are fine. I think that those are funny.
Okay. How am I supposed to know this?
Yeah, like
it's almost like maybe I can do what you're doing right now for myself.
No, you have to give me no. You have to give me conditions because you can't just make it so whatever your mood is in the moment, you can get rid of those people. That can't be the way it works. That literally can't be the way it works.
Because last night Kelly was muting people in chat, like server muting people that she just was annoyed by, that she just didn't want to hear talk.
Well, you know what, Lav? You know what, Lav? You're not Kelly Jean, okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
Right.
I think getting in between the rights that Kelly has and this is, I think you're stepping into a line that you're not going to win, I think. Kelly just has some primordial power that it's out of question, okay?
Okay, so you actually are dating then? Like,
Listen,
you actually
if
just
Kelly
do
had
simp
ever
for
done
Kelly.
anything wrong in her entire life, then I'd take Mod away from her. But she hasn't, so I won't.
What are you talking about?
I just said exactly what I meant.
When did she's ever? We had like a whole litigation over 2 weeks about her calling someone ugly.
Okay, but I don't know if that's an abuse
and
of
she wasn't.
power.
She wasn't. Listen.
No,
she was only
literally-
factually in the wrong. She wasn't like morally in the wrong.
I just
There,
told
okay?
you that
she was
she was
morally correct.
abusing power.
Sure.
Like last night, she doesn't. Your reasoning for this is really genuinely, and you just don't want to look like a simp for giving me mod.
I
Like,
literally
that
told
is
you
it.
last night in a non-joking sense. Like, yeah, I won't joke about Kelly anymore. In a non-joking sense, I told you literally, I did that with Kelly. I made that agreement
What about
with her.
Cherry?
And I don't
What
want
about
that
Cherry?
agreement again. I gave
What
it
about
to
Cherry?
I gave mod to Cherry because
And Cherry
I
just
don't know, I trust
bans.
Cherry.
Just randomly bans and times people out all the time.
all right, she's keeping people on her toes.
So, JStalk has given so many passes to Lav. He used to have a no, not safe for work rule in his Discord, which is based because Coomers need to leave. Coomers out immediately. All right? Coomers out, unironically. But because Lav was starting to respond to people like me with her like sexual pictures, literally posting nudes during an argument and he didn't want to ban her. Because of that, now he is just like the worst person ever because he wasn't willing to give her another extra pass.
By the way, guys, it's $5.
But when I do it,
$5 for a untimeout in the Discord. Okay, $5 donation. You say unban your username. I'll go through all of those and I'll unban. Okay. Oh, but if you're on a 1 week timeout,
bro, maybe I should do that. Pay to get unbanned. Maybe I should do that. I would make a killing off of Panda, dude.
if you are more than 4 days left on your timeout, that is a $15 unban.
Oh my god, you're gonna see thieves in no time. Holy.
So Cherry and Kelly can do whatever they want with mod, but you're worried that I'm gonna do what they do with mod.
Yeah, basically. But also, you specifically fight with people a lot more than either of them do.
What if I told you if I got mod, I would never fight with people again? And the second I do, you can take it away.
I'd call you a liar.
Okay. Well, there's no way to there's literally no way to test it out without trying.
This I don't know, man. Listen, I think you're thinking about it right
Wolfgang,
now.
shut up.
What? No, you can't.
I'm not
what do
talking to you.
mean? Talking to him. I'm not talking to you. I'm
Yes,
talking
you
to
are.
Justical.
No, you were just talking to me. You just were responding to me.
I was just addressing Justical because I'm saying he's thinking about it. He's not making it sound. He's thinking about it. The world's not about you, okay? It doesn't spin.
You were just
around
responding
love orbit,
to me.
okay? I was talking to him, okay?
In response to responding to me, you were talking to him. Nice.
Interesting photo here, Wolfgang. You want to explain what's going on here, or?
Wait, what photo? I don't know which photo you're looking at.
And they call me a
Shut the fuck up,
groper.
okay? I'm in the middle of a fierce fight, okay? Number one, you said.
Have I talked to Kid Not Kin? I don't know if I ever have talked to Kid Not Kin. Why?
There's only one way to try. You have to test it out. And then I heard him stay quiet, and I was telling him not to do it. And then you thought the world was about you, and you started telling me to shut up, like a rude. Go kill yourself.
I thought the world was about me. You were literally responding to me to tell.
Talking to Justical, you said that I was talking to you.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
yeah, again, shut up. Again, shut up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have moderator power?
Ultra Red, you are permanently banned. That is a different thing, but I'm looking into it. Okay.
This is what is good. This is what is really good for the channel, is for all of you guys to use your mod power against me. Why is it that Wolfgang can get like his own room and do whatever he wants? Cherry and Kelly can do whatever the fuck they want with mod.
One of the admins.
Okay, that Cherry and Kelly could do whatever the I do. You know how embarrassing it is to be friends with you? Like, for me to be like, because I.
So we go from begging and, you know, trying to be like, oh, well, look, I can do this and we can work it out this way. Jay Stock has already said, no, I don't want to do that. I also don't want to do this on stream. You've chosen the worst possible environment for this. No, I don't want to do this. Now it is embarrassing being your friend. We've moved from, oh, well, I just want this to defend myself, to I'm going to literally attack you and say that you're a bad friend, saying that it is embarrassing to be around you because you don't give me what I want when I want it.
I genuinely think that we're friends.
Okay.
And to even like actually
Like, it's a little weird to say that it's actually just genuinely embarrassing to be friends with me. I think I'm a pretty cool guy.
No, it's embarrassing for me because now I feel like I'm literally just like I'm actually a lolcow to you.
No, that's not
like
true.
I do like the content thing, and like I'm hyper harassed in your chat, and you like this is just insane.
Listen, told my mods to take care of it. They will take care of it moving forward, or I will literally just find an entirely new team. Okay.
Well, hold on, wait. Well, no, let's follow that logic. If you're intentionally acting this way for content, trying to bait a reaction from chat, and then you get a reaction, then how are you getting mad about the reaction? You just said that you're trying to do that.
It's not. No.
No, that wasn't what she was saying. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
It sounded. That's one interpretation of what she said, but that's not what she meant.
Every time you talk, it's retarded.
It's easy to interpret what you said that way because you said I come here and do the content thing. That was not what you meant.
No, I am just as much a part of your content ring as your closest group, which is Wolfgang, Cherry, Kelly. I'm here just as often as them, and I'm harassed the most. How come every single one of them has mod?
The reason I gave mod to Cherry is because she helps with the stream way more than anybody else does. She literally gets guests. She gives me content ideas. She helps probably more than anybody else around. Okay, that is why I gave mod to Cherry.
Most of your content, especially most of your most popular content, is surrounding me.
That is untrue. My most popular content by far is actually surrounding the guy who just came on. Because that's the closest we ever got to 1,000 YouTube concurrents. Was me and Relly covering the Vosh stuff. But I do like you being here. And I am going to try to make it a more welcoming space. But you also, I keep trying to make this point without being indelicate.
You have to think about the position
you have to
right now.
not be fighting people quite as much as you are sometimes. You can't always...
Chad, you know that I very rarely start fights. When 70 people in your chat are fighting with me and I respond to them, nobody else gets harassed as much as I do in your anyone who comes on your stream. So yeah, it would make sense that none of the other people who are in this chat are fighting with them
Kelly
back.
get dogged on pretty consistently?
Kelly gets dogged on pretty hard.
Still not as much as me. And still not as much as me.
No, hold on. I'm not in the best of terms with Lav, but I will say Kelly does get dogged on, but she doesn't have as personal stuff brought up because Kelly keeps most of her really private stuff offline, right?
And whose fault is that?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know if that puts the blame on Lav. I don't know if that puts the blame on Kelly, right? But for the most part, people don't bring up the same level of nuclear waste that Lav gets. I'm pretty sure, right? And if you want to say it's her fault for having it online, that's a different argument. But
what's up, amigo?
Sure, and listen, that's because Lav interacts in the Discord far more than other people. I think if Kelly was interacting in the Discord a lot, she'd also be getting harassed quite a bit.
In my position, what would you do?
What would
I mean? If you want,
I would probably just chill less on the Discord and try to be.
You need to do better about pulling my name out. Apparently, you watch Lord of the Rings. If you're talking about the strike, not strike, but whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, I watched that, and I guess the background music of that cut the thing. Also, I see your DMs, and you will be paid today. By the way, viewers, if you guys are watching right now, all right, you guys want to help out, I have to pay the editor. All right, it is time today. All right, I have all of my important bills coming out right now, and I have to pay the editor. So it is time for the Piper to get paid. All right, the Pied Piper of content needs to get paid. If you guys want to directly in the most direct way possible fund me, there is a donation link below in the YouTube description. There should be one on the Kick as well, but if there's not, let me know and we'll fix that, because the Piper needs to get paid. All right, your boy is poor and struggling, and I don't like not being able to pay the editor this month. So technically 15 days ago, yes, which we have talked about. But I am a poor. But me being a poor does not excuse. One second. Why are there resources right there? Okay. Does not excuse having an editor and not having him being paid. So if you guys do want to help me out, use that donation link.
Less combative with everyone, but yeah, as far as you saying you rarely start fights with people, I just haven't seen that be the case, Lav. And listen,
if you track any beef that I have with anyone in the whole Discord, you will see that most of it is me responding to hate rather than me.
That's what you don't want to do, though. Even if you're not super antagonizing people, if you feed the trolls and you respond to people when they're shitting on you, they're going to shit on you more.
No, this is not true.
I'm just
this is
explaining
just
how the
not true
internet
in my
works.
case.
That's
No,
how the internet
I know
works.
how the internet works. I'm telling you from
Apparently
experience.
not.
There are multiple people who I've blocked in here, like Spinboy or like Rhinox or Carrier even at the beginning, who I didn't respond to for literally days or weeks, and they kept going and then amassing more people while they were shitting on me when I didn't respond at all. So no.
The longer you go without responding and without making yourself a lol cow, the less people are going to talk about you. The less you go around and put yourself and inject yourself into everybody else's business and talk massive shit about them and then cry when they respond back to you, the less this is going to happen. Your fate is in your own hands, Lav. You do not get to cry when you do the exact same thing as everyone else does, but you desire, additional powers to make it to where they can't respond. All right? Even if you're not going after that specific person, you are the public figure. There's going to be people harassing you, right? She brings up Rhinox. Rhinox is a spicy chatter. Who would have guessed? Right? Who would have guessed that spicy chat is involved in this? Rhinox is a spicy chatter. Rhinox has gone ultra hard on me before. You know what the answer is? You either don't respond, you meme back, or you can do what you've been doing and doom spiral until everyone calls you a lolcow. Those are your options. And you're choosing the worst of them.
You're like, you're just wrong.
You
at least with Rhinox, I know that's not true.
Okay, the thing you just said that I was responding to was that you were mostly responding to other people shitting on you, and I said don't do that. Now you're saying you don't do that. Well, that's what you said.
No, I'm saying that there are certain. Holy shit! So there are at least let's say 70 people right now who are trying to shit on me. I will respond. Well, I'm not responding at all
thanks for the
right
raid,
now,
Queeman.
but I will usually respond to when like 50.
Really appreciate it.
Oh, Tron, to be ultra clear, the copyright notice, I have my my thing open, the YouTube studio thing open over here, right, with the stream health right here. I did not get a notification until after stream had ended with an email. So I knew about it, but only because afterwards.
Say 30 on the lower end. 30 people are shitting on me. I'll usually respond to 2. Ignore the rest. The rest do not stop.
Okay, don't respond to 2.
Okay,
Listen,
but then also,
okay. Kelly's on your side with regards to the dogpiling stuff because she gets it too. Okay, so she's gonna help people figure out how to moderate that. But I can't give you mod right now because of how often. Yeah.
We talked about this in private.
Sure.
I don't like fighting people. I don't like to be mean.
I don't believe
like to be
you.
Cruel.
I don't know if I
But
agree
when
that
you don't
like to be cruel, but pretty much everything else there, that you do fight with people.
You had
like fighting with people.
Chad, you had like 2
How's it going,
days
Wick?
where people were dogpiling you.
Just going over the bit of stream where I am explaining why I hate Lav. We had a little bit of an engagement on in Jace Talks Discord, if we want to call it an engagement. We had a little written spat, and that's this is why, right? I was pointing out that she wants to fight with everyone and be performatively cruel to people and, be ultra transphobic because that's like the cool edgy thing to be, I guess. But she also doesn't want anyone to speak against her ever. Never mention Lav's name ever. Co-host Collins with me tomorrow. Well, unfortunately, I won't be able. Well, actually, I might be able to jump into that if you're not streaming on Twitch. Which, if you're having Lav as your host or as your co-host, I would get unbanned. Listen, I'd already tried that. All right, we've tried the unbanning shit. Didn't work. But I would be ultra careful and be ultra clear with Lav because she doesn't seem to be able to stop herself from calling people slurs. So, if you want to avoid that, be ultra clear with her, because I've seen her drop slurs on JStock stream like 5 or 6 times, and him say explicitly, "Hey, don't drop slurs." Yeah, so careful about that.
Like a month ago, after you sided with Kelly or whatever, and you were having a literal meltdown. Now imagine that for like a year straight.
Having a literal meltdown.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, there was something I needed in here.
When was I
How
having
much should I so in our friendship.
Okay. Go.
Stop talking to me like that.
All right.
In our friendship, am I to expect nothing from you? I'm
No.
trying to gauge how much I can expect or ask from you.
Oh my god. You can't ask me for mod. That is like just a boundary, okay?
Okay, so he's explicitly laid out. Do not ask me for mod. It is a boundary. It is something that I will never give you. Where does this go? I might skip Twitch tomorrow, actually. I'll let you know. Please do. This would be a fun conversation to have. If you're in JStock's Discord, you should name search, or you should look at the messages that I had with her earlier today. I read them out earlier. But yeah, she's just I just think she's a bad person. Or she's one of those people that isn't necessarily a bad person, but is so inept at social cues or whatever the fuck it is that she cannot stop herself from seeming like a bad person.
Conversation is about mod.
No, Lav gets dogpiled in the Discord server, and there's some dispute about how much of that is her fault versus how much of that is just us not moderating those people effectively.
It's some combination of the two. But she plays into it. I like Lav, but I understand why many people wouldn't like her. Yeah, you must just be a Chaos fan, because for me, I don't like it. Like, I'm fine with people being cruel to people that are also themselves cruel, or matching people's energy. That's totally fine with me. But she will instigate something super hardcore, right? She'll go ultra hard and call people slurs and all that shit, right? But God forbid anybody say anything even remotely mean to her. God forbid. The emotional blackmail that she does against JStock right here, where like, if you were my friend, which I thought we were friends, but if you were my friend, you would have given me mod already. But you haven't given me mod, so we must not be friends. You're a bad friend. The emotional blackmail.
Well, we know that it's not being moderated effectively.
Okay.
Listen,
I think it was being moderated. I think probably it just, when you're on stream, or maybe when streams live.
But what is the extent?
Well, let me be. I actually think, and this isn't like an indictment on you. You're a panel host, and you have to maintain relationships with people so that they'll continue coming on your show. So I don't really like fault you for it. I wouldn't fault any panel host, which is why I didn't just like go in on JStock when he created a not safe for work section for Lav so that she didn't get permabanned. So I'm totally like understand the position that you're in. And maybe this isn't it. Maybe you just like do genuinely like her. I find it really hard to believe that anybody genuinely likes this crazy. But to be ultra clear or ultra honest, I think that Lav will gravitate towards people that will give her ultimate amounts of charity, that will let her get away with bad behavior because it could affect their content otherwise. Not an indictment on you. Want to make that absolutely clear. Because I like you, Wick. All right. But yeah, so that's why she gravitates towards panel hosts and people with large platforms, because she can get a lot of attention there, and generally people who are hosting panels or who want to have guests on their show constantly. They want to maintain good relationships with these people, so they'll give people a pass. I've done it in my Discord before for people where I've given them a pass. But yeah, I think that she has to have people who will give her, 5 billion passes or make it not safe for work sections in their Discord so that she doesn't get banned, right? Shit like that. Give ultimate charity for bad behavior, because otherwise no one without that transaction would want to be around her. No, it's not even it's a behavior that I don't like. It's just it is the reality of the situation, right? If there was a behavior that I didn't like from you, I would just straight up tell you. But it's just the reality of like the content generation, realm that we live in. There's going to be some people that are going to give her more passes than I feel like she should get. And that's just the way that it is. And I've learned to accept that, right? And I understand the reasons for it. So I'm not going to indict people for things that are just kind of the way that it is,
Of our friendship. If you don't want to help protect me or make me feel safe here, what is the extent of our friendship?
I literally just said I was willing to fire a bunch of mods because they apparently weren't doing a good enough job.
No, I'm asking you and me. What
Sure.
is like? Am I just like I'm just like stream like we just stream together?
No.
Like it's just like. Okay, so I'm
if
trying
Relly
to...
came over here and asked me to like stop people from posting about him, I'd probably be like, nah, bro, I don't really care.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not asking you to stop people posting
that.
about me. You know that that's not the case.
It's dogpiling. I understand the dogpiling thing because I watched it happen to Kelly, and she talked to me about it last night, and I was like, okay, I sort of understand where you're coming from. Right? And listen, if you gotta stop starting fights about this, okay?
And well, hold on.
I'm not
Kelly's in your
about this.
Okay. All right.
This
We
isn't a
probably
fight.
shouldn't discuss it on stream, is what I'm saying.
But you are so slippery that when I talk
okay.
to you off of stream, you are different.
Am I?
Ooh, two-faced. You gonna take that, J-Stop?
I don't think I'm different. I think I literally say all the time on stream when you're like, aren't we friends? I'm like, yeah, we're friends. That's why we're gonna play Baldur's Gate.
Ooh.
Damn. That's a pretty close game to play. That's a very friendly game to play. Lav, your response?
I will say this. Something
I'm
that I
trying
think...
to hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to hold it back. I can't control my voice though. I'm trying to understand. This is so embarrassing. Holy. I'm trying to understand if, like, I'm so autistic. Hold on. Give me a second.
F.
I think it is better if that is probably the end of public version of that conversation.
I agree with you, but I think she wants to talk about it, and I don't want to force. I don't want to force her to talk about it on stream. Okay, that is not what I want.
Yeah, really, you think Vox is a pedophile?
Not drama farming? No, I don't think he's a pedophile.
Hold on. I will say I've been trying to say this for a while, but
I'll
I think
take
the best thing to do in terms of the moderation for like it doesn't have to be now, but later is probably baby proofing the shit out of what is harassment, right? Because I see people writing in here, right, in the Not Safe for Work channel. Lav is a loser, Lav is cringe, and Lav is a whore. I timed out the whore comment, right?
Yeah,
sure.
But like the other ones get it too. Like so it's better to baby proof something for the mods.
We probably need some version of like a dogpiling rule, I would imagine.
Okay, yeah.
It's hard for me to understand with friendships online what is real and what is fake, and it's been really embarrassing for me to try to navigate that because I'm usually wrong.
Okay.
So in DM, you are usually very kind to me, and I feel like you are trying to take care of me, and then we get on stream and you are different, and you're trying to virtue signal the chat, and then I feel like you're trying to farm me for views, which is like, if you're doing that, slay, do your thing, but I would prefer you not to, obviously.
I literally would like have this conversation offline with you, off of stream. I'd make time for it.
No, but
I don't think it's smart to have it on stream.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to farm views. I'm just saying if we had this conversation off stream,
I'm telling you, I don't even
be a
want
concern.
I don't even need to be a mod. Like the fact that you are like so unwilling to even like tell people to stop.
Oh, obviously I want
Like
people
where
to stop.
when I say that I'm emotional about it, because you know that I talked to you and I said I don't want to do this. It doesn't make me feel good to fight with people, but I have very little self-control because I get so angry because it's hard for a bunch of people to do that all at once. And you act like you understand.
I think I do understand. I watched it happen to Kelly a bunch, and it upset me.
And yet every time I say, and even though you know me and how I've described that to you, I will be like, getting dogpiled, and you'll say, well, you do this, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I know, and I'm trying to prevent it. Like, will you, as my friend, try at least for like maybe just try it out for a couple weeks to just like.
So, J-Stock has said, no, this is a hard no from me. I will never want to do this. I will never want to have you as my mod. It is a hard line for me. I don't want to do it. Lav is now 1 HP voicing and ulting because she hasn't gotten what she wants. And that's literally the beginning and end of it. She hasn't gotten what she wants. No, it's not the beginning and end of it. Let me be more fair. More fair. What would be more fair to say would be she feels like she's getting dogpiled, and yet all of the behavior that she is like upset about is stuff that she does. So she doesn't really have a right to be upset about it. It's all stuff that she herself is guilty of doing. So why the f does she feel like she has this, some kind of right to ban other people? Why does she feel like she should get special treatment on this?
Tell people to stop.
Sure, I don't like watching anybody get dogpiled. So obviously, I don't want to watch you get dogpiled. But
But then you also say when we're on stream, I can't do anything while I'm on stream. Well, I'm telling you,
well,
that your mods aren't doing anything.
Can't go to
you
the Discord.
You promised me yesterday that your mods would do something.
Sure.
And they weren't.
I did. And listen, they seem to be saying they have been deleting a bunch of shit. So maybe I didn't communicate what I meant very well. But yeah, it's just the what's the word? The dogpiling. Yeah, we just need to not have that. But again, because of the thing you just explained, where you get emotional, you get angry, and then you go in on people, I don't think it'd be a good idea to give you mod. That's pretty much precisely why I disagree with giving you mod.
Okay, and so then we loop, right? Because I'm telling you that you can take it away. I'm telling you, even I won't fight with anyone if you give me not even mod, just the power to delete the mass photos of me, or the one person repeatedly calling people I love, or repeatedly bringing up like crazy stupid shit, reposting the photo of me with my dog, like all of that. Like, to just, like...
I'm guilty of that. Sometimes we all do things that we know are bad because of rationalized reasons in our own head. This is one that I've rationalized. And I'm going to hold on to that rationalization. Because again, you don't get to go around and act big and tough and shit on people constantly and attack them for shit that they can't change, like being trans. And then just say, oh, well, like, stop being so soy. It was a joke, bro. Or some shit like that, like she always does. You don't get to do that. You don't get to, like, hide behind how vulnerable and sad and pathetic you are and then go in and engage in some of the most brutal blood sports that the internet has to offer. And then cry like a victim when it happens to you. It's just so stupid. Do I know that it's probably bad to engage in dogpiling? Yeah, I do know that. And I shouldn't do it. But I have. But only when I truly, truly, truly think that the person deserves it. Or think that the person is so unbelievably in the wrong and hypocritical that they should get a taste of their own medicine.
I'm literally not even asking for mod. I won't mod in anything that isn't in regards to me or harassment to me.
Okay. Then
And
what
you're like,
is the
and
purpose?
even though every single one of your friends who are on just as often as me have gotten mod, you won't
Do
give
I
it to
have
me
mod?
because
Well,
you're
you're
not.
No,
as
do you
often
want
as
it?
her as she is, but
That would have been so funny if he was like, "Oh no, but you want it?"
Sorry, continue.
Sorry,
Why are you
I'm an
here?
asshole.
Me? Because I'm hanging with J-Stock and I saw Doomer Media here.
Okay. It feels like you're being unfair to me. And
I
I think that
understand how it feels that way.
I think that you know what the right choice would be if I was your friend, and it would even if you don't, I'm not asking for let me do whatever I want. That's not what I want.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
just saying, will you please meet me halfway and try it and at least let me fail?
So the reason I keep saying no
1
is
HP
because we
voice.
keep having this conversation. I've said no multiple times. I've stated it's a boundary multiple times, and you keep asking me for it, and you keep coming at different angles to this to try to get mod. And I don't. I
Your
understand
boundary
there are reasons you should have
your
mod.
boundary is
I
around
understand
me
that.
protecting myself. That's so
No, it's around
Chad,
you
that's
getting
so
a specific
silly.
role. It's around you getting a specific role that I said no to, and now you've asked in like 12 different ways. And I asked you not to have this conversation on stream. So you've asked in a bunch of different ways, and
Okay, so what am I
I'm
supposed
just
to
going
do
to
now?
maintain this boundary because I've been asked to do it in public. Or I've been asked to like violate that boundary in public. I'm just going to maintain
Okay, so
it because
now
I feel very awkward about being asked repeatedly in public, but a thing I've said no to.
you wouldn't have answered me otherwise if I didn't come on right now and tell you.
So, again, explicitly laying out why he doesn't want to do it and what kind of position she's put him into now, right? Explicitly laying that out, saying why it's a problem. And the response is, what was it? Hold on.
Tell you that I was
Different ways, and
Okay, so what am I
I'm
supposed
just
to
going
do
to
now?
maintain this boundary because I've been asked to do it in public. Or I've been asked to like violate that boundary in public. I'm just going to maintain
Okay, so
it because
now
I feel very awkward about being asked repeatedly in public, but a thing I've said no to.
you wouldn't have answered me otherwise if I didn't come on right now and tell you that I was being dogpiled. You would have said the same shit, which is I'm streaming. I don't check anything while I stream. So what the
I did it because you weren't paying attention. I'm doing it this way, in the way that you are asking me explicitly not to, because you weren't listening to me and giving me what I wanted when we were talking in private. So now I'm going to do it in public. That's what that is.
fuck? What am I supposed to do?
I'm sorry. This is my I unfortunately work a lot of hours in the week and then stream a lot of hours in the week. So I don't typically have a ton of time for conversations off stream, but I just said I would do this off stream with you, like after this stream, or like right away. I'd schedule that out. And you said, no, I don't want to necessarily do that.
Because you're fake, you're two-faced.
Uh-oh, now the insults come.
And then also, if you are on stream and not responding to me, what am I supposed to do? You would have never had your mods do anything if I didn't come on stream and talk to you about this literally right now.
Okay, the only person you've specifically been focused on Rhinox in our DMs, and I've explained to you multiple times why I've like asked Rhinox specifically to chill, and then
No, you have told me that you can't do anything to Rhinox because he does so much for your stream. So he's
I
untouchable.
didn't say so much. I just said that he does give me links sometimes, and he's
Yes.
in the know, so he can help me out.
Yeah,
Didn't say I wouldn't do anything to him. I said I would
it's
ask him
really
to
hard
slow it
to
up.
parse a relationship with you because you are very Machiavellian. You're
I'm
like,
not.
if it's advantageous for you, you will do it.
Nope. That's completely. Why would I have
Keep
offered
counter,
to go
keep
off
counter.
stream? Why would I have offered to go off stream multiple times?
Okay, then let's go off stream.
Okay, I said I would schedule that for you. We can do that today. We can talk off stream. But if you want me to talk off stream right now, obviously I'm streaming. Sorry, I only get so many hours. I literally work a full-time job and I'm trying to make this work so hard. And I only have so many hours I can put into it, okay? Please. So I we can make this work. We can make it work after this, or like tomorrow afternoon sometime would be fine with me, and we can have this conversation off stream. I don't want to farm this conversation. I asked not to multiple times.
What am I supposed to do in this scenario? This looks so like I'm.
It doesn't. I don't know why you would.
If I stay, I'm a lol cow, and if I leave, I'm emotionally manipulating you.
Well, I disagree with both of those.
What am I supposed
so.
to do? Which is better? I'm polling the audience. Which is better? What should I be, a lol cow, or should I be
I will
emotionally
say,
manipulative?
I think people are gonna say that no matter what. It's better for you to take a breather. You're clearly not emotionally like good and stable.
I am completely emotionally stable. I'm just having an emotional response.
Sorry. Yes, that's what I mean to say. You're clearly having an emotional response.
Jesus
You're just
Christ.
Oh my. Okay. Let me. Sorry. I apologize. You are having an emotional response. You're right about that. You're gonna sit here having an emotional. It's probably not gonna be a good time for you, right? Like it's probably a good idea for you to get off Discord, take a breather, right? Come back later. People are gonna. What?
What is it, Lav?
I just don't think that I think that I'm completely able to have a conversation right now.
I know.
But everyone else is telling you they don't want to.
He's telling you that he's not gonna have this conversation on stream. Like
no, I said I don't want to. If she wants to, we can have it on stream, but I would rather have it off stream.
Somebody has messaged me for you to check your DMs, Lev.
So how many times do you guys think that Vosh has jacked off to completion looking at a horse?
Okay,
more than I can count.
Whatever.
3 times as many times as he's jerked off to completion looking at a child.
Jesus Christ,
That's a lot
bro.
of children. There, wait, hold up.
I'm just working off the ratio in that folder, dude.
Jeez, Jesus, is that the ratio? Holy.
I think that was the ratio.
Ain't no way, bruh.
I understand it's hard for you to make decisions when you get a lot of pull from a lot of people.
I'm not looking at anybody else. I'm literally not looking at another line of communication right now. No pull from other people.
No, I'm just okay. I know that this is a hard decision to make. I would like you to keep me in mind when you make it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
I had so much input, but I didn't want to add it because
we got
felt very much like.
Sure. What do you have for input? Does it have to? I mean, I would rather not shit talk her now that she's gone. So.
Well, yeah, it was just critiques of some of the things that she was saying and about yours. So I'd rather not.
Yeah.
Say any of it. Yeah, but yeah, I'd do that. But I'm not sure. Is it weird to ask like what the whole dogpiling, your guys' perspective on dogpiling is?
It just seems it's rough with the people who come on stream that like I'd say Kelly and Lav and maybe even I don't think this is the same with Cherry. I think Cherry's quite a bit different actually. But with Kelly and Lav, they can both get like kind of upset and then they're very funny when they're angry, right? Like Lav is extremely funny when she's angry. Kelly's extremely funny when she's angry. But people like they can't just like have fun with it. People like take it really personally and like have to go and DM them on Discord or come to one of the channels on Discord.
Yeah, if you are going and you are like DMing them to f with them, that's like too far. In a public place though, I think it's a little bit way more fair game. Just gonna say that. Okay? There's actually drama happening on the JStalk Discord right now because I was going to see if they go live soon. Uh-oh, Lav left the server. Uh-oh.
Discord and tell them they're like a stupid whore who nobody will ever love. It's like, dude, we're having a funny argument. I don't know why you got to take it so seriously. So that's more of like the dogpiling kind of thing. Is I think there's a certain portion of people who will feel the need to go and like tell them that directly. Anytime they're on stream and interacting in like a slightly negative way with me or Destiny or someone else.
Yeah, I gotcha. So, I mean, listen, guys, I'm Lav hater #1. Listen, trust, and
trust.
I never reduce myself to statements like that. Yeah, it takes some teachings from the master, but no. What I was actually curious about, because you say these are like dogpiling rules. This doesn't sound like dogpiling. It just sounds like inappropriate insults.
Yeah, I'm giving a really bad example. So Wolfgang gave a better example earlier where like one of Lav gets like 10 comments after she says something and one of them is like, you're a stupid whore. But like 8 of them are just like, God, you're worthless or God, you're stupid. Right? And it's like, that probably isn't that big a deal when you get one of those, but when you get 10 or 20 or 30, probably starts to add up on people, right?
Yeah.
So wait, is the issue in that sense, is it not just the horror comment, or is it just genuinely, do you guys have an issue with the volume of "you're a loser, you're worthless" comments?
I think so. Again, this doesn't really work with me because I don't feel this, right? I don't to me it
Yeah, because
it
me
doesn't
neither too. Yeah.
honestly, most negative comments towards me, other than like calling me like a morally bankrupt person, which some people do, it's the only one that kind of gets me a little bit. But basically every other comment I don't really care about. So but what I've heard is like it's just rough when you are getting barraged by like even fairly minor comments. Now, some people would say just like get off the internet, but I don't really want them to get off the internet because I like hanging out with them and like them both being on stream. So
the idea is you want to set almost like a arbitrary cap to how many of these like level 1 insults that somebody can get when they're participating in your stream.
Like, I don't really know how to. Like, I don't know exactly. That's why I kept asking. Like, can we have some rules for like what can be like? If you can give me rules, I'm fine with that. But it can't just be like if once I'm feeling like defensive or feeling like I'm becoming emotional, then I need to be able to delete comments or ban people. And like, I don't even think her request is unreasonable, given that she's like, if I abuse it or if you think I abuse it, take it away. I don't think it's like that unreasonable. At this point, it's just like, no, I said no, and then we've kept having this conversation, so now I just want to keep saying no.
Well, yeah, and not just that too. Like, it's gonna be. I think what he said about like setting up rules specifically, sure, because she does provide something to the stream, right? And if it
yeah, of course,
if it involves making some arbitrary rules around people not being able to say like you are a loser 12 times back to back because that's enough to upset her to some degree, and when she brings so much content to the stream, it's worth writing it down and giving it to the mods so they're able to enact on it for sure. Like, I think that is a reasonable request, at least in my opinion.
Well, it's like, what if it's not just one person repeating the same message 12 times in a row?
Yeah, that's the
It's probably got to be something more generic. Like if people are calling their argument stupid or something they're saying stupid, that's like okay, but call it like personal comments. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. It's probably quite confusing.
Yeah, because that's a big issue, at least in. I mean, an issue I haven't really had to grapple with, but it's definitely interesting. Like, if there's tons of people saying that their arguments are stupid. Hey, this guy's cheating, bro.
Yeah,
this guy just cheated at the parkour shit, man. What the?
I know.
Cut the
triggers
video,
the
man.
Shit out of some people. It triggers the shit out of some people because he trips and he just God modes back up real quick.
What the? Yeah. I forget. Oh, yeah. It's really. Yeah, I feel like that kind of rule. Like, what if she makes a shitty argument and then like 100 people are constantly like, "Yeah, your argument's shit. Here's why it's shit. Your argument's bad." And she feels dogpiled. Do you just say kick rocks?
Yeah, I have no idea. And like, if this was easy to solve, it would have been solved with Mr. Girl, right? Because this was essentially like his argument was something close to the same thing. Like he needed a mod on the subreddit to basically like protect himself in some way. That like people were like getting really backlashy against him, and he felt it was completely inappropriate. I assume if this was easy to be like something easy.
Wait, you mean Destiny subreddit?
It, right? Yeah.
That's actually no. I remember that drama. No, I'm pretty sure Destiny and Forethought were both hard. Like, no, go f yourself. I don't think
they were. I'm saying that if this was easy to solve, Nicholas, talking about targeted harassment, but I assume also, Nicholas, you should add me to your like your subscriber thing or whatever, because I've tried to raid you a couple times and I'm redirect blocked. But so we're talking about targeted harassment. I'm just saying that I think if it could have been solved like super easily, I assume Destiny would have solved it with his community, right? Because it's the same problem that happens there, where like somebody will make a bad argument on stream, and then there'll be like 10 threads, and it just goes real hard.
Yeah, for sure.
And like, so from my point of view, it's like, obviously I would like those people to stay, and yeah, it's a little, I don't know if you can have them stay.
I think that this is about the limits of what we're going to get out of this. We got anything else? I don't really want to stop streaming right now. How long have we been going? 3 hours and 54 minutes, almost 4 hours. Anyone got anything that they would recommend? Oh, you know what? Let me see if yesterday, Wick. I know that Brianna Wooand Short Fado Taco. Nope. Nope. Off. Live. Let's see. Did food shops ever join?
Being socially anxious and going out and exploring life, it's not going to involve staying inside.
Food shops did join
listening
for
to
a
your
little
favorite
bit.
Streamer tell you about why jerking off.
Food shops is coming up. Food shops.
Let's see how the food shop stuff
don't
went
wanna
down.
ambush her, so if she doesn't want you there, counterpoints. I'm gonna unfortunately say.
You know
goodbye to
me, I play nice.
But we'll see. We'll see what she has to say. We'll bring her on and we'll let her talk. Now, to be clear to my audience, in case anyone has been telling you otherwise, from the beginning, I told food shops that she was gonna be a side conversation here, right? She wasn't the main focus. She was never going to be the main focus. But as a courtesy, because I do believe in hearing everyone out, I did offer her a chance to come on today when we were done with the main conversation. We are done with the main conversation. Now it is her turn. Let's bring her on. You're live.
She's also
Give her a
completely
second.
muted.
It's been. She can see us.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
So, first question, and again, up to you.
Wait, no.
Do you want counter here, or do we want to kick him off? I'll do either. Up to you.
Okay. Connor can stay here. It's fine.
Are you sure?
Right.
No, there's no shame in
That's
saying
fine.
no.
I assume you don't want me to troll you?
No. I'm fine. Okay. All right.
Okay.
If I was brought on an hour earlier, I probably would, probably make my arguments on this panel. Of course, I think, you're a good person. I think Connor is a good person. Now, here's the thing: is what I don't appreciate is this. Okay, is basically, I think originally we agreed on, I think 7. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I said
okay?
it would
7.
probably be 7 when we were done with the main conversation, but obviously
Sure.
they like to
And
talk,
then-
and so I underestimated that.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I want to show you. I want to show you how it sort of built up to it. Okay, so it was 7 p.m. first, right? And then, because I'm trying to add 3 hours because I live in Pacific, right?
Sure.
And then it was pushed back an hour, which I was also fine with, right? And then, you told me Brianna Wu didn't want to have me on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I also accepted that, right? Now, hold on just 1 second. I sort of want to just disable. Hold on. All right. Okay. And then what happened was at some point, it was past the 5 p.m. The 8 p.m. point, right? And I DM'd you. I was like, hey, we are sort of 30 minutes past the point, or sort of past the point. I don't think I said 30 minutes, right? Okay. I accept that you didn't respond. It's fine, right? Then obviously I say, hey, Wick, check DMs in the chat, right? You did not check DMs, or maybe you did, but you didn't respond yet.
Because
okay.
I was moderating a show. I was busy.
That's fine.
Yes, absolutely.
That's okay.
Mhm.
All right. So at some point, all right, I sort of got impatient. However, I felt as though the terms have changed enough to the point where I began to complain, right? And now you can say that I'm being rude in the chat. However, I would say that I had apt justification to complain in the chat publicly, okay? And then at some point, because of my complaining, you guys had a short segment in which you guys were dogging on me, right? Now at that point, it is considered, polite to let me on because you guys are dogging on me, right? At that moment, because at that point, the arguments are fresh in my mind, the arguments are fresh in your mind, and we are able to hash them out, right? Now, and then,
It's not because the arguments are fresh in your mind. It's because they're talking shit. That's why you would expect to be allowed on, right? For no other reason. I can't imagine.
Sort of went back and forth for a really long time until, now, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is that I have no problem having this conversation with you. I have no problem remedying stuff with you. However, I feel hurt and I feel disrespected. And here's the thing is that I'm as much of a person as Vosh. I'm as much of a person as Destiny, and painting me as schizo, unhinged, a drama farmer is an easy way to discount my arguments when I think right now I'm articulating just fine, when I think that I articulated far better than I did months ago.
So how about
okay?
this?
So
We
I'm
can
not
either
going to
do
grace
this-
you with clout,
we
and
can
I'm
do
going to
this-
go now. Bye.
Whoa.
Oh, cool.
Okay. Well, she's welcome to reschedule if she wants, but she is not the main character. I will do whatever I want with my show and to try to manipulate people, right? There's a reason that people don't trust Food Chops or want her around or want her on, okay? And she has every right to feel upset or hurt or anything like that. But to come on to my show when I have graciously, right, unbanned her for the specific purpose, right, to hear her out, to hear her side, right? And because it wasn't in the time that she wanted, if she had been like, hey, I can't do it right now, it's too late, you guys went too long, let's do it another day, perfectly fine. And she's still welcome to do that. But let's not.
I think that the problem was that you kind of jibaited her just a little bit. I don't know if you jibaited her hard enough for that response, you know? Is there anything that I can shut down for like a short amount of time and then... Here, we can probably shut this down for right now. Okay. Jesus.
Pretend that that was anything other, right, than this entitled bullshit. Okay. So that's...
Can I...
Go ahead.
Hit it? Yeah, so what I would say is that this is the game, you know? It is what it is. We're all creators. When you have a certain amount, we're all competing for time and attention and the money that's there. You make hay while the sun shines. So when you have a few creators who are in the room and they want to talk, then you let them talk. That way you can have good content. And then also, you know, platform sizes are all relative. But the truth is that when somebody comes on to a show or whatever, you are afforded the dignity and grace and etiquette of the person that you're going onto the platform with. So what I would say is just Jordan Peterson has this fantastic idea. It's not about winning an individual game. It's about winning the most amount of games over an extended period of time. So if you're constantly trying to like shit on people or fight them or win the individual game, but then you find that you're losing a series of games, then you're playing the game wrong. And so really what I'm encouraging is tact, grace, understanding, and attempting to be charitable to people who are maybe trying to be charitable to you.
So
that's all I got.
I wouldn't have walked out like that if I were her.
Sure.
But I understand her frustration of being told
I think
that she
we
can come on at
understand
some
it too.
point. Yeah.
No, I get it.
Being
right?
like, hold on, let me just say it. Like being told that you can come on and then having people talk about you and then the moment's pass. Like I can understand being frustrated by that.
Sure. I think we understand it too because people as budding creators, we didn't get here overnight. We've had people shit talk us that we weren't allowed onto the shows. We've gotten dogpiled in panel debate shows. We've had people who we have actively. I'm speaking for Wick, but I actively have people who don't like me. It kind of, you know, it is what it is at some point. So you kind of gotta roll with the punches as they appear. That's all you can do.
Yeah, it's this level. Look, the reason I'm frustrated now, right? And I understand her frustration. I get it, right? It went overtime. That happens.
Yep.
But this isn't.
I don't throw a fit when it's kick or keep and people are running
not
overtime.
Her show. I don't know. Right, and this was a courtesy. It was never going to be
Reverie
it was never
Roundtable
supposed
or
to be
Hippy
her
Dippy or
event,
whatever.
right? Oh, I don't know. I'm just frustrated now. $2 from Antelope the Greek to say victim complex of the century when truck baiting. I don't know. It's a victim complex of the century. I've seen much worse, right? But yeah, it's again.
Yeah, we've all seen a lot worse.
Right, the opportunity is here. This is when I have time. Oh.
Well, maybe we can figure it out someday
Yeah,
in the
I'm
future.
more than willing to reschedule if she wants to reschedule. Again, I want to hear her out. Like, again, I want to be clear what this was for my audience. We unbanned her specifically for this because she had made some comments that I found disturbing. And I'd seen some clips that I found disturbing, but I wanted to give a chance for everyone. And I think everyone deserves a chance to be heard. So rather than just take that ban off the thing, I was like, okay, let's hear you out. Let's give you a chance to explain it. Let's give you a chance to talk about it with me. And maybe we'll see, right? Because I know there's a lot of people who will be dishonest with portraying how these things are. That just happens, right? So I wanted to give them a real chance, and yeah, it's just It just got to work for my schedule. So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess then, since I do feel right speaking in her defense a bit, this is all stuff she has actually walked back on her own stream before. I've heard her do it many times. She's done it to me several times. So
yeah, I would like to hear her do it though. It's the thing. Like,
yeah, I completely understand. I completely understand. But like, I'll vouch for it for whatever that is worth. That I've heard her do it before.
Thank you.
And so like I can understand the frustration of seeing some apologia for Vosh when she got like absolutely destroyed over the same thing. And it's like,
Well,
yeah, I get it.
yeah.
I get it. I understand.
So there's an interesting thing there. I think Chad has said it. Apologia. I'm not the only apologia that I would or that I think I engage in tonight is accepting like Vosh's explanation for the rhetorical arguments that he was doing early in his career, but I don't think I ever said like, oh yeah, that means that what he, that means that the horse lolicon porn is based, right?
I didn't
don't
mean
think that
you.
ever
No,
happened.
I didn't mean you.
Did other people make apologia for that?
I think I've definitely. Well, I mean, Brianna did a little bit, but not much. But I have seen some people who were like very happy, to like shit on food shops when she was the topic of conversation, turn around and be like, "Well, I like Vosh though." So I've seen other people do that. People who weren't here tonight. I've seen that. I've seen them do it, and it's like that doesn't feel right.
And I just want to be clear. I have never done a show shitting on food shops. Never.
Yeah.
Not once. Right? I've never done a show shitting on Vosh either, right? Until maybe tonight. If you want to count tonight as it, right? You know what I mean? Like, I've had criticisms of Vosh. I've had criticisms of food shops, right? But I just don't generally engage in that. So, yeah. Anyway. I will say that this was a poor showing.
Okay.
I actually just came on to see how you were doing because it seemed like you took it rough.
I'm fine. Okay. All right. Whatever. Okay. Just listen. Just
1 second.
don't-
Let's
I
hear
just
what
want to
the
address what the
immediate
panel is
aftermath
saying.
was.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. That's all I want.
Well, do you want me to go, or do you want me to want to hang out a bit, or?
I think I want you to go right now. Okay. Is that okay?
All right. Sure. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Goodbye. No food shots. Otaku was checking in on you. Be nice. That's fair. Okay. And I apologize if I am way too crazy. Okay. I apologize. Okay. But listen. Right. I just wanna refute my points and be done with it. Okay. Okay. All right. Wow, this panel is fresh in my mind. Okay.
Wanted to basically string this guy up as actually having raped a child, and he did not. Right? That's too far. He didn't do that. And you're right, Wick, when you mentioned that we're not having this conversation right now because of his past statements. We're having this conversation right now because he had it in his folder, and that changes those past statements somewhat. And now we have to think a little bit harder about those past statements.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, it does seem like he's done. Like, I can't see him recovering from
Did you see his stream today? He had 8,000 live viewers.
Wait. I even forgot, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did Brianna not say that, I was blackballed from Destiny's channel? Is that not something she said? I even forgot about that part.
Oh, sure. But they're all hoping to see something crazy happen now.
Engagement.
I think so.
Engagement,
but only to a point.
By the way, I was never notified of that directly. Okay, it was never. Okay, never. No clips, no anything. All right. Yeah.
Point though, because
not even a DM.
There's definitely people who would back him up before that won't now. There's definitely people that would collaborate with him before that won't do that now. I think he's pretty much destroyed any upward reach he has now. That's done. He might be able to recover given enough time. But I mean, the way the internet's taken this is kind of the same way that they took the Pro Jared canceling from
Kick. I thought Kick from his Discord. Maybe that's what she's referring to. No, she said Destiny's channel. Okay.
After the initial wave of people, everyone looking at him to see what was going on, after that passed, he just kind of faded away, and he's been trying to rebuild, and he's been having only middling success at doing so.
But
I think in a few weeks, Vosh will definitely have fallen down quite a bit.
I guess we'll have to see, because I think what protects Vosh in this instance, right, is that he has been fortressing for a while now. right? So I think that the people who are with his influence, he hasn't been reaching out like in big ways to people, at least not that I've seen. At least not how other people in the space do it. And so I think that kind of insulates him from some of the blowback. Now, I think you're right that it will impact him negatively, but I don't know. I think that.
Question: why is Brianna in your server? I almost let anybody be in my server, okay? As long as they're obeying the rules. As long as the mods don't
I
have
want
a
to see
problem
what
with them.
her
honestly.
big issue is, and then we can actually comment. But
I think he's badly mismanaging this entire thing. And, you know, he should have come out immediately and just straightforwardly apologized. The wrong format, like putting out an hour and 40-minute video. I could barely watch it, right? He's my friend. I could barely watch it. He should have made something shorter and more media focused and just extremely apologized. That's it. This is my read on this. And before I say this, I just really want to be clear. I could be totally wrong on this. I'm always inclined to cut my friends a break. I think it's a good part of me. It's a bad part of me. But so I do have a charitable interpretation of this. And this is how I feel about it. So I have had to turn off Vosh's stream so many times over the years because he will be on there talking about something like sexual and in so much insanely gross detail. It's like, nope, I'm done. Like, I remember this one time he's talking about anime, like talks in anime, and is going through them for like lurid detail, talking about them, comparing them, body types, all this stuff. And I'm like, look, I like dudes. This is too much even for me. And there's a part of like his sexual tastes that is just so much part of his public persona that I think his audience is kind of tuned out to it, and I think he himself is tuned out to this. I mean this as a compliment for Vosh, but he is so autistic in person when you meet him. Like, he's lovely, great person, very sharp, very friendly, but there's a pause as you're talking to him. He's just kind of tuned out a little bit in a way that's
damn,
really
this is kind of brutal, dude. Holy shit.
I think that in all of this, I think he's thinking about it like, well, I just like XYZ. You know, I can be into this. I can talk about this in public.
But that's
it's
a problem if
and
X, Y, and
wrong.
Z includes
Yes.
lolly. That's a problem.
I agree. I fully agree. And I would condemn him for that. I do condemn him for it. And I absolutely understand why people think he's a...
So here's the thing, right? Like, it's weird to like lolly, obviously. But it's one of those things where, because he's had so many inflammatory statements in the past regarding pedophilia, and then regarding child porn, and then he's had so many instances of just blanket calling right wingers for liking anime, like shit like that, right? There are so many people who are predisposed to hate this guy because of all the stuff that he said that has been wrong.
Damn,
and now that it's finally come for him,
if Wick wanted to hit food shops for content theft, he absolutely could. There is like no editing down of this whatsoever, dude. Like, she's not commenting on it at all. I know I'm bad about this, but like, I don't have anyone that wants to be mean to me and copyright strike me. But like, doesn't she have something to say about anything that's going on right here? If she's already super mad that they didn't let her on, is there nothing that she has to comment on, like, at all?
I think everyone's just like,
notice us. I notice you guys. Okay, I'm just concentrating on the panel. All right.
Let's go. Let's tear him down. Like, everyone's been waiting.
Right.
Everyone's been waiting for this to happen.
What is your take, Food Shops?
Yeah. Well, sometimes the vultures actually have a point, though, because
skip.
It just seems like Connor.
Okay.
Like, but can you imagine being and
yeah, if I could share some thoughts and then ask some
Here we go.
Pointed questions, I would appreciate it.
Please.
So
I remember here, Connor came on, and then I remember the chat going wild. I was going wild as well. I was like, what the like, it was Connor instead of me, right? Can you imagine being replaced by Connor? Bro. Okay, I'm sorry. That's mean, okay? But I'm just saying,
Jesus
right?
Christ. Mad as hell.
I don't know. It's not, right? It's not. But it feels as though that it was a deliberate slap to my face, okay? Obviously. Like if you really wanted to piss me off, this is like the way to do it, right? Like if you really want to piss me off, this is the way to do it. Okay? Like, hey, you know what'd be even funnier of like not bringing her on? We're gonna bring Connor on, okay? Like, what the
Someone that Brianna Wu is friends with?
It just seems like Counterpoints came on because Brianna Wu has a show with him. Yeah, it's like you only want the people who agree with you, right? Because you want to send some kind of message, right? Because now when you have somebody who can actually push back, like me, right? Like, you don't want to have them on, right? I don't think they meant to piss you off. I think they didn't care if it disrespected you to any degree. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I don't think it's intentional, right? That, oh yeah, it's whatever. But obviously they weren't taking a step back and then kind of going like, you know, what does this look like, right? What does this look like, right? Because it's very clear what this looks like, right?
What is it? This
so
crew
I have no problems differentiating, and kind of I think Dev had a good instinct, which was let's eliminate what we care about versus what we do care about, and then let's boil down the variables that we are offended by, and let's boil down the variables that we think are bad for society, right? Because that's important. So I think that a 16-year-old who is reading cartoons about 16-year-olds that are sexualized or whatever, I don't give a flying about that. I don't think anybody does. I think even like a young adult, 19-year-old, 20-year-old, whatever, let's just use, you know, Romeo and Juliet rules. If you're a young adult and you're reading about teenagers being teenagers and you find it a little titillating, who gives a shit? I think the main thing that I'm focused on and that most people are focused on is either like pubescent, so people who are budding into their sexuality, like 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, that kind of age gap. And then also...
Okay, I didn't realize that we were just like listening to a VOD, and that's irritating. All right. Side content. Let's see here.
Sponsoring this video.
Yes. Hey, Sam, how's it going? You know, I thought about you yesterday because I picked up my guitar for the first time in like weeks. Literal weeks. Learned how to play Still of the Night by Whitesnake. Gotta know a little bit of Whitesnake in your repertoire. So yeah, how you doing, buddy?
We are constantly bombarded with bad news about the climate crisis, and that's because it's a very serious issue. The stakes are high. You probably shouldn't be eating those, by the way.
It's already affecting people, and the price of not solving this problem is vast, almost too large to imagine.
But amidst all of the terrible headlines, there is good news out there, and I don't think people talk about it often enough. So that's what we're going to talk about in this video. To be clear, I'm not talking about the unexpected upsides of a warmer climate, like summers being warmer or there being more CO2 for our crops, because that's bad. And actually, that's bad. I'm talking about how much progress we have made towards fighting the climate crisis, and how the future is looking brighter than it did a decade ago. Prior to the Paris Agreement in 2016, this is how much warming scientists expected the Earth to experience by 2100. 4 degrees Celsius. And to be clear, that would have been a total disaster, like almost certain collapse of global civilization disaster. Now, however, current government policy that's actually in effect is expected to limit that warming to 2.7 degrees by 2100, with an error bar. 2030 targets that are a little bit beyond what we currently have in policy are expected to limit it to 2.5 degrees Celsius, and long-term targets that aren't anywhere near policy just yet are expected to limit the warming to 2.1 degrees. All of this, by the way, is courtesy of Climate Action Tracker. Definitely check out their website. Now, you've probably heard that we want to limit global warming this century to less than 2 degrees Celsius, ideally less than 1.5 degrees Celsius. So this 2.1 degree number, Well, it's not good enough. But two things. Firstly, consider just how much we've already brought that number down. Remember, this is action that has happened since the Paris Agreement, so in less than 10 years. And while that number isn't low enough yet, we shouldn't lose sight of just how much we've accomplished so far. And secondly, this number is only based on submitted long-term targets. In other words, this isn't as good as it gets. There's still plenty of scope this century to bring the number down further, to less than 2 degrees. Though achieving any target is another matter. And if we're optimistic and assume that all long-term net zero targets are met, then that number goes down to 1.8 degrees Celsius. As I say, that is optimistic, but it is far too soon to say for sure whether we will hit those long-term targets or not.
Stay on target.
But the early signs indicate maybe we will. And I say that because the world has demonstrated we can decouple economic growth from emissions. The average person today is wealthier than the average person 10 years ago, and yet does not emit more carbon dioxide. In Europe specifically, the emissions per person have fallen dramatically, as they have in the United States, and yet both of those economies have continued to grow. And no, that's not because they outsource their emissions and their manufacturing to somewhere else like China. You can account for that. This is genuine decoupling, and it's a huge deal. Because, for the time being at least, we live in a world governed by capitalism, and so the most important thing to governments is increasing individual economic prosperity. What's been demonstrated recently is that they can do this without wrecking the planet. And in fact, in many cases, doing so the low carbon way is now the cheaper way of doing it. But you might say, that's all fine for Europe. What about China, the world's largest emitter? Their carbon emissions are still going up. Are they even, though?
Analysis indicates that China's emissions probably peaked last year and will systematically fall going forwards. That's in part because China has rolled out a truly...
I'll never learn a Whitesnake song. I'm working on the solo for the song in the middle. What is the song in the middle?
breathtaking amount of renewables.
Did you know that last year China added more solar capacity than the United States has in its entire history?
Solar and wind capacity in China will overtake coal capacity this year. Globally, solar will have the largest installed capacity of any way we generate electricity sometime next year, and in less than 5 years, renewables will account for 42% of global electricity generation.
The installation of renewables worldwide is happening so much faster than most people realize. The International Energy Agency reckons we may very well hit the ambitious goal of tripling renewables capacity by 2030.
I see this as an absolute win.
But to be clear, while we are really successfully decarbonizing how we generate electricity, electricity is only part of how society uses energy. It's actually about 20%. So progress here is going really well, progress here, not so much. Heating, transport, various other smaller sectors, these are all still vastly dependent on fossil fuels. And in fact, the overall share of energy that comes from fossil fuels hasn't changed all of that much over the past couple of decades. Decarbonizing this bit, that is the mountain we still have to climb. But here's the thing, with cheaper renewable electricity, it's now becoming increasingly viable to electrify some of those sectors. See heat pumps or electric cars, for example. Yes, before you comment, better options are available, but these can be electrified too. I did a whole video about transport.
But there are still several sectors that have been historically labelled hard to decarbonise, such as cement and steel. You can't really electrify those, and their current manufacturing techniques inherently produce CO2.
But solutions have now been found to those hard to decarbonise sectors. I previously made a whole video that was an in-depth look at one possible solution to decarbonising cement production, and we think that we can decarbonise steel production through the use of green hydrogen, amongst other techniques. What we previously thought were impossible challenges to overcome now have practical solutions, and that's kind of true across the board. Those solutions now just need effective support from government policy to be rolled out at scale. And on that note, more voters than ever care about the climate crisis. And in fact, most people in the 20 most polluting nations on Earth support policy on climate change. And generally speaking, the younger you are, the more likely you are to support such action, such policy. So as more members of Gen Z become eligible to vote, we're going to see a continued continuation of the current trend for more and more ambitious policy to limit climate change. Because political parties now know that not taking action on climate is only going to cost them votes. Your local mileage may vary, which raises the hope that our current government here in the UK of cartoonishly incompetent ghouls willing to sell future generations down the polluted river for short-term profit may not be in power that much longer. I think that was impartial enough. Now, I'm sure that there are several people out there who have watched the video to this point and have laughed at what I have called good news, saying that it's just not good enough. And yeah, the action that we have taken to date on climate is not enough. But there is no contradiction between acknowledging the severity of the situation we are in and the insufficiency of action to date, and acknowledging the progress made to date towards sufficient action. I don't want you to leave this video thinking that we have solved the climate crisis, because we haven't. We are nowhere near minimizing the threat we face in 2100. But to say that there is no good news about the climate crisis is simply not true. The recent past has shown us that activism, political pressure, and lifestyle changes have worked. And to ignore that fact only invites despair. And despair is not a useful emotion. Despair only limits future action, which we know will make a difference. We need to keep going until our response is sufficient. So no giving up.
Never give up! We cannot solve a crisis that we do not understand, but fortunately there are some excellent climate journalists and authors and indeed video creators covering this crisis.
Finding these creators can be difficult, however, with the YouTube algorithm often serving you the video equivalent of fast food. Fortunately though, a curated list of climate creators, including Climate Town, Our Changing Climate, and myself, are all on a platform that prioritizes the viewer experience. So that means carefully selected creators, no advertising.
An ad at the very end. Love it. All right, do we got anything else? Anything else? What is going on in the world right now? I'm a little disappointed that Lav left JStalk's Discord, because I would have taken the time to jump in there when Lav was there. Since she thinks that I'm just performatively cruel by explaining why it is that she's a bad person, you know? Mr. Philly D said something about the topic that we were talking about earlier. Let's see what Mr. Philly D has to say. I used to be such an avid viewer of his, and then just slowly started getting news from real places. Why give a Oh, that would just be content, Sieg. That would just be content.
Beautiful bastards, you're
incredibly cathartic, but it would be content.
Watching the PhilipDeFranco show, and we got a lot of news to talk about today. We need to talk about the death of Next Benedict, the fallout from the bombshell that an FBI informant was working with Russian intelligence. We've got Mr. Beast and Bobby Althoff controversies. We now know what happened at the Kansas City parade shooting. We need to talk about the mainstream bias we've seen with Israel and Gaza. And then there's even more, so buckle up, hit that like button to let YouTube know you like these big daily dives into the news, and let's just jump into it. Starting with us needing to talk about the death of Next Benedict. And I'll say right at the top, there are a lot of unknowns, and this is still a developing situation. Let's break down the information we do have to go off of, because over the last 24 hours or so, there's been a lot of news and social media attention around this non-binary 16-year-old who died on February 8th, notably just one day after being injured during a fight in a girl's bathroom in Owasso High School in Oklahoma. Now, initially, there were conflicting reports about the student's name and pronouns, with this due in part to the fact that the obituary and a GoFundMe for funeral expenses referred to the teen by their birth name and gender assigned at birth. But Sue Benedict, the student's biological grandmother who raised them and adopted them a few years ago, has since cleared that up, telling The Independent that she provided Nex's birth name by accident, and saying, when you're going through something like this and you lose a child, you're not thinking right. We're getting a headstone done and Nex will be on there. Also adding that while she sometimes struggled to understand the nuances of Nex's identity, the teen was teaching her and was always understanding. Also explaining that the family, who trace some of their roots to the Choctaw Nation, promoted openness and discussions about gender and identity. With Sue going on to describe a high school sophomore who was a straight-A student who loved drawing, reading, video games, and their cat, saying, I was so proud of Nex. They were going someplace. They were so free. Nex had a light in them that was so big. They had so many dreams. I wanted their light to keep shining for everyone. And Sue also echoed those sentiments in an update on GoFundMe, where she apologized for dead naming Nex, and adding that all the money left over from the funeral fundraiser will go to other children dealing with the right to be who they feel they are in Nex Benedict's name. And yesterday, as the news began to spread and gain national attention, we saw law enforcement and school officials issuing statements on the death and altercation that preceded it. And notably there, neither had identified the student who had been killed. And in a statement posted on its website, Owasso Public Schools said it sought to address, quote, speculation and misinformation surrounding the case, and, quote, particularly statements that call into question the district's commitment to student safety and security, though also noting that some of the aspects could not be disclosed due to federal privacy laws and an ongoing police investigation. As far as what they could provide, they said that a physical altercation had taken place at a restroom in the high school on February 7th, saying the students were in the restroom for less than 2 minutes and the fight was broken up by other students who were there, as well as a staff member who was supervising outside of the restroom. And according to this statement, after the fight was broken up, all of the involved students walked under their own power to the assistant principal's office and nurse's office, with it then going on to say that per district protocols, each student was given a health assessment by a district registered nurse. Now, very notably here, the statement also said that while it is protocol for students who need more medical help to be moved to a medical facility by an ambulance or a parent or guardian, quote, it was determined that ambulance service was not required, but added, out of an abundance of caution, it was recommended to one parent that their student visit a medical facility for further examinations. And in a separate statement posted on Facebook, the Owasso Police Department confirmed that it had been summoned to the hospital for...
What's this about? A possible hate crime, but we don't know enough details. It feels like that's what he's going to say here in a second.
A student who...
I don't know if you said anything about me, the middle, learning the middle. I don't know what the middle is. I don't know that song.
Had been involved in a physical altercation at the school. But also, very significantly here, OPD noted that, quote, no report of the incident had been made prior to the notification at the hospital. Now, the school district, for their part, tried to explain this by claiming that it is protocol to inform parents and guardians when students are involved in altercations and then let them decide if they want to file a police report. There, many people have expressed outrage that the school had not called an ambulance or police. And this including Sue Benedict, who actually told The Independent that not only did the school fail to take either of those actions, it also suspended Nex for 2 weeks. Beyond that, Sue also provided the outlet with a number of other details that were not included in either of the official reports, saying that Nex had actually been bullied at school for being non-binary and that bullying had specifically started at the beginning of the 2023 school year. Notably, just months after Oklahoma's Republican Governor Kevin Stitt signed legislation forcing public school kids to use bathrooms that match their sex assigned at birth. And actually, according to Sue, Nex had told her about the February 7th altercation, saying that they and a trans student had been in a fight with 3 older girls in the ladies' bathroom, saying that Nex had been knocked to the ground during the fight and hit their head on the floor. And as The Independent reported, when Sue was called to the school, she found Nex badly beaten with bruises over their face and eyes and with scratches on the back of their head. The outlet describing the teen's head injury as severe. And after picking Nex up, Sue took them to the hospital where they were later discharged and sent home. But then the next day, when Nex was getting ready to leave the house, they collapsed, with Sue calling an ambulance, but when the EMTs arrived, they found Nex had stopped breathing. And just like that, this 16-year-old was declared dead at the hospital that evening. And that account also appeared to be confirmed by the police statement, though it also noted it is not known at this time if the death is related to the incident at the school or not, saying the police were conducting a thorough investigation and awaiting an autopsy report and toxicology results, also adding that their findings will be sent to the Tulsa County District Attorney's Office for prosecution review, and final cause of death will be determined by the state's medical examiner's office. And with this, you also had a police spokesperson telling reporters that all charges will be on the table once the cause of death is confirmed. Though there, you have people pointing out that all charges are in fact not on the table because Oklahoma law doesn't recognize hate crimes based on gender or sexual orientation. And that's really important here because many LGBTQ+ advocates and people on social media have said that Nex's death amounts to a hate crime, with the advocacy group Freedom Oklahoma saying in a statement, "We want to be clear, whether Nex died as a direct result of injuries sustained in the brutal hate-motivated attack at school or not, Nex's death is a result of being the target of physical and emotional harm because of who Nex was." And going on to directly blame Oklahoma lawmakers, saying this harm is absolutely related to the rhetoric and policies that are commonplace at the Oklahoma legislature, the State Department of Education, and the governor's office. And that blame is something that has been echoed by many, many others. Right? And this is Oklahoma has been a major hub for anti-trans policies in recent years, and especially ones targeting young folks. Right? In addition to the public school bathroom ban, the state under Governor Stitt also banned the use of non-binary gender markers on IDs and restricted gender-affirming care. I mean, hell, less than 2 months into 2024, legislators proposed over 50 anti-LGBTQ+ laws. That's more than literally any other state. And this is Oklahoma isn't a stranger to LGBTQ+ controversies going viral, with a number of the stories connected to the account and the owner of the account of Libs of TikTok, who, by the way, I mean, just in the last month, Oklahoma's openly anti-trans superintendent Ryan Walters, he put her on the Oklahoma Department of Education Advisory Board, even though she literally doesn't live in Oklahoma and has no experience in education. But bring this back to Nex. We're gonna have to wait to see what comes from this investigation and then what's gonna follow that. And in the meantime, of course, I want to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? And then, do y'all remember when Elon Musk was like, I'm gonna get the bots off of Twitter? And then there was like a week where I was like, wait, did he actually do it? It feels like I've seen less bots. And then it just got...
You don't know that song? Okay. Cough. We'll listen to like 2 seconds of it. Jimmy Eat World? I don't know if I know a single song by Jimmy Eat World. Oh. Okay, yeah, I do know that song. Although I believe being transgender is wrong. Okay. Remember what I said about like keeping some thoughts to yourself?
Astronomically worse from there, but also from wherever it had ever been. I feel like every time I'm on that hell site, I'm like, oh, this is actually a really interesting thing. Let me go and look at the replies, see what people are saying. And almost every time now, it's like, hey, here's a vagina. Here's a random porn reply that's trying to funnel you over to OnlyFans. Oh, did you find that post about those puppies really interesting? Here's a video of someone being murdered. But also, like, in addition to that, it feels like it is the place to be for some new celebrity nudity scandal of the week. I mean, what? Even just recently, there was the alleged Drake video, there were those Taylor Swift deepfakes, and now it looks like creator and podcaster Bobby Altoff is now the latest victim of non-consensual AI porn. Because if you hopped on yesterday, you might have seen that she was trending on Twitter. Tons of people talking about, oh my god, the Bobby leaks. People joking about it. People going like, who had the best leaks? It's just a wild conversation to see play out on social media. But then eventually, you had a handful of people and outlets going, hey, well, wait a minute. It looks like these videos may actually have been done with AI. But then Bobby herself even having to address it. Sharing on an Instagram story, hate to disappoint you all, but the reason I'm trending is 100% not me, and it is definitely AI generated. Saying in a video,
I saw that I was trending, and I was like, oh my god, that's a first. I'm trending on Twitter. You guys must really love my podcast. Wow. So I clicked it, and I was like, what the f is this? And I didn't really I thought like it was a mistake or something, like that it was like bots or something. I didn't realize that it was actually people believing that that was me, until my whole team called me and were like, is this real? It's like, you guys. Anyway, not me. Sorry to disappoint, but what the f? No. That was so graphic too. I was like, oh my god, I need to cover my eyes.
And so with this, there's been a lot of reactions. People, of course, finding it disturbing, saying there should be consequences for whoever is making and posting these things, right? Noting this is not a problem that's going to go away anytime soon, right? Because this was probably done with one of those easily accessible face swapping things, and AI regarding just video creations getting better by the day. And it becomes this very weird world where, like, I'm thinking about it from like two different ends. We're now entering a world where there can be a video of you doing something and you can just go, no, that's fake, right? Even if it happened to be real. And understand, I'm not talking about like what's happening with the Bobby situation, right? But looking at the bigger picture of all this is now something that anyone could do if they wanted to deny something. And then completely without your consent or like you having any control over it, anyone can make you appear to be doing anything against your will. They can not only view you, but also promote it to so many other people without you being involved. They can now depict you in any way they'd like, no matter how demeaning or disgusting, and they can just get it out in an instant to millions of people. And so that's why with this, you know, you have people looking to places like the MIT Technology Review, which recently explained the different ways we can try to fight against deepfake porn, noting that there are some tools that can create essentially a shield around photos by altering the pixels so that when they're put into an AI app, they won't look realistic. But the thing there is that these tools only work against the current generation of AI models. With stuff like this, you're playing a game of whack-a-mole. So yeah, until someone figures out some sort of silver bullet, this is our weird new reality. And then Mr. Beast and his company Feastables have found themselves in a bit of a controversy. So I imagine nice for him, this one not a legal controversy, more of just
we have algorithms that can detect photo manipulation. Yeah, but it's kind of like how we have this running battle with malware, right? Or with ad block with YouTube, right? We can do all these things. We can try and keep them from happening to a certain extent, but at the end of the day, what's going to happen, right? At the end of the day, what's going to happen is they're going to take what you just did and find a workaround. Like, that's what's going to happen. And there's no getting away from that. It's just something that we're going to have to deal with forever and ever. I feel like with the advent of shit like AI, we're going to have to create legislation around it. I think that with AI, it might be one of the few exceptions to, freedom of speech that I might be comfortable with. I think I could be pushed on that pretty easily, but like my initial thoughts are like, man, this is something that we shouldn't allow people to just use for literally any reason that they want, For like literally any reason that they want? Absolutely not. There's no way that we can justify doing that, Well, the issue with those algorithms is people using things like an AI to help clean shit so you look pretty. I mean, like, I'm not tech savvy enough to know for sure, like, what the correct answer is. Not gonna lie, but blemishes, got you. Yeah, like that's just like the only thing. I could be pushed on it pretty easily, but like my initial thought is like, man, it seems like there's such an easy avenue for people to abuse this to completely erode trust in society, like in totality, that I'm not sure if it's worth having no legislation about it,
A public opinion one. Because over the past few days, you've had the biggest content creator in the world addressing some concerns from fans. Right? Fans saying they can't find his Feastable candy bars at stores like Walmart, with him even visiting multiple locations but still walking away empty-handed. And notably with this story, part of the reason that there's been such an increased demand to try Feastables is that in addition to changing their branding, they also revised their recipe. Which I will say, on that note, I'm going to be very real here. I try to not go out of my way to be negative about other creators in the space when they're trying to do new ventures. But now that it's been fixed, I just got to say this. Feastables candy bars were one of the most mid/meh candies I had ever tasted in my life. But whatever they did in this revised formula, I snagged their peanut butter flavor. I can't speak to the other flavors. That is one of the most delicious candies I've ever had. I've put on like 5 pounds in the past week because of these stupid candy bars. That's why there's this renewed demand and interest. And you have Jimmy saying, in addition to doing everything he can to restock, he also said that there's only so much he can do writing. I spent 15 hours yesterday visiting Walmarts and Targets and seeing if they had inventory in the back and helping them put it out. The store was doing 0 sales, and when I visited, it had 0 product on shelf. I found these in the back room and had them scan them in, and I placed them on the shelf. The store then started selling a bar an hour. Most products don't have velocities like ours, so you have to stock the shelves more frequently, or they sit empty and people don't have anything to buy. Learning a lot. Random showing shelves at stores experiencing similar problems, as well as a chart to show just how much sales increase once the product is finally moved onto shelves, noting that some stores have empty shelves because they're fully running out of inventory faster than they're supposed to. And him explaining, the reason I'm doing all this investigation is I had tons of Feastables promo planned, but I don't want to send people to stores if shelves are empty. Don't want to waste people's time. After 4 days of restocking shelves, I've concluded I should chill on the promo for a bit to not waste people's time. Right, and so one big aspect of this is, I think it was an interesting look behind the scenes about sales and retail, about all the logistics that impact what customers have access to, the marketing, and many found it interesting. But also at the same time, it sparked a kind of controversy and debate, because while some were impressed that Mr. Beast went to all this effort, saying that it showed what a hard worker he is to be at the top of the chain and still willing to do the bottom of the ladder work, you also had others calling him out, with outlets like Kotaku saying, just what overworked and underpaid retail workers need, a YouTuber being annoying, and others saying, imagine working your lousy $13.46 an hour Walmart job, and then in comes this half a billionaire to insist you restock his chocolate bars right now. Extremely punchable behavior, in my opinion. With others saying, the people at Walmart, they're doing a million different things with a million different products. They aren't really concerned with promoting one specific brand of candy. But then you had others pushing against that, saying, a lot of large companies have representatives who do this regularly, going on to argue that Mr. Beast wasn't trying to be rude or shame the retail workers, and saying he just said that he helped them restock. Knowing him, he probably actually did help them restock, but we literally don't know either way. Ultimately, I would actually love to know your thoughts on this specific story, because, with Mr. Beast having the level of fame that he has, it feels like no matter what he does, there's a controversy. But, all controversies aren't the same. There are levels to this thing. And so my question to you is, where does this specific one land for you? And then, huge congratulations to Sasha G and Sydney B, our first 2 beautiful bastards to each win the weekly $500 credit towards their choice of SeatGeek tickets. Sasha, have fun at Hozier and enjoy that K-pop concert, Sydney. And also, that's right, in case you missed it, SeatGeek and I are sending several of you and your friends to your favorite live events, so listen up. With over 28 million downloads, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app. And I told them I wanted to do something special for you beautiful bastards this year, and they came through. Subscribe today. And then we're now finally figuring out what actually happened at the Kansas City Chiefs parade shooting. Because last week, just after the parade had wrapped up, gunfire suddenly erupted, killing one woman and wounding 22 others, many critically. And at the time, we didn't know why people started shooting, just that it was possibly some sort of argument. But now, as people are starting to get charged, the details are coming out. With 2 juveniles charged last week on resisting arrest and gun-related offenses, and now 2 adults have been charged with second-degree murder and lesser offenses, with those 2 being 23-year-old Lindell Mays and 18-year-old Dominic Miller. And so with those court documents now unsealed, the county prosecutor was free to lay out her version of events to reporters yesterday, saying that the first person to draw their gun appears to have been Mays, with him apparently getting into some sort of verbal argument with someone else at the rally whom he had no history with or connection to, and things then just rapidly escalated to the point of violence, though it's unclear exactly how. But you had a witness reportedly telling police a group of 4 males approached Mays, and one of them asked him what he was looking at. And then, according to a probable cause statement, video shows Mays approaching them in an aggressive manner, also pointing at them before pulling out his gun. And allegedly, he told police he did that because someone said, "I'm going to get you." But he also allegedly said he did it because he thought his female friend was going to get shot. Except he reportedly started shooting while his target was running away and apparently unarmed. And he allegedly said he randomly picked a target to shoot at. And he also allegedly said he was, quote, "just being stupid" when he advanced on the group. But either way, that is the moment when then other people drew their guns as well and everyone started shooting. The prosecutor is saying that evidence points to Miller, not Mays, being the one whose bullet struck the woman who died. Right? And he reportedly told investigators there was this man shooting at him, and so he returned fire, estimating that he let off 4 or 5 shots from his 9mm handgun and that he wasn't certain if he had hit or missed. So regardless, he was apparently also shot in the chaos, tripping over a cone while shooting back, then fleeing the scene. Meanwhile, this whole time you have bullets flying, they're weaving through a dense crowd of innocent people, including a bunch of children. And so now, in addition to all these other people that got hurt, you have these 2 in the hospital recovering from their wounds. And when they get out, they will be facing up to life in prison. But a big thing is that all of this, as the investigation is still ongoing, and the prosecutor has made it very clear that more charges are coming. So for now, we're waiting for more updates, but I mean, even with what we know now, it should be shocking, but it isn't, how stupid and avoidable all of this appears to have been. And then, yikes, the Republican Party is once again being...
I think that, like, if people are going to advocate for, you know, gun control, focus on the handguns, dude. Focus on the handguns. Where do, like, the majority of gun deaths in the United States come from? They come from handguns. Get rid of the handguns, guys. Like, maybe don't get rid of them. Give it a much higher bar. A significantly higher bar to get a handgun. There's just like no reason. It doesn't make any sense for so many people to have handguns in a country where you're less likely to defend yourself with a handgun than someone is to shoot you with one. People aren't using them for self-defense, except in like fairly rare cases. Handguns suck ass to shoot. I've never fired a handgun. I'll give my bias away immediately. I have never fired a handgun. I fired many rifles. I fired shotguns. Never fired a handgun. It just feels like, holy shit, dude. We have this problem over and over and over. And we see where the problem is, but we don't do anything about it. Like, at some point, we got to do something about it.
Being accused of being a Russian mouthpiece, right? And this, after their accusations against Hunter and Joe Biden started falling apart around them because they had heavily relied on what they referred to as a star witness, Alexander Smirnov, who was an FBI confidential informant with ties to the Ukrainian energy company Burisma. Right? That's the same company they said allegedly funneled millions to Hunter and Joe Biden to benefit Ukraine. Now, Smirnov's credibility has been completely destroyed, with us last week seeing the notably Trump-appointed special counsel in charge of investigating the Bidens accusing Smirnov of providing false evidence to the FBI. And then yesterday, court documents revealed that Smirnov admitted that officials associated with Russian intelligence were involved in passing a story about Hunter Biden. And the big issue for these Republican politicians is that their crusade against Hunter and Joe heavily relied on these 2 things from Smirnov, both of which Trump's special counsel says are Russian lies. Right? Smirnov claimed he had knowledge of Russian intelligence using a Kyiv hotel to record conversations with Hunter Biden that, quote, proved he was taking money. And then the other claim is that Smirnov told the FBI in 2020 that both Hunter and Joe got $5 million from Burisma back in 2015 and 2016. So the big problem with that is that prosecutors say that Hunter Biden never actually traveled to Ukraine. So there's no way that he was or could have been recorded in a Kyiv hotel. And then to top it off, Smirnov's claims that he was directly told about the bribes in 2015 and 20...
Wait, hold on. Go. Let me listen to this one again. Oh, this is not him sped up? This is normal speed? Jesus.
And Joe
Let me
Biden
listen to
started
this
falling
again.
apart around them because
He
they had
goes into
heavily relied on what they
specifics.
referred to as a star witness, Alexander Smirnov, who was an FBI confidential informant with ties to the Ukrainian energy company Burisma. Right, that's the same company they said allegedly funneled millions to Hunter and Joe Biden to benefit Ukraine. Now, Smirnov's credibility has been completely destroyed, with us last week seeing the notably Trump-appointed special counsel in charge of investigating the Bidens accusing Smirnov of providing false evidence to the FBI. And then yesterday, court documents revealed that Smirnov admitted that officials associated with Russian intelligence were involved in passing a story about Hunter Biden. And the big issue for these Republican politicians is that their crusade against Hunter and Joe heavily relied on these two things from Smirnov, both of which Trump's special counsel says are Russian lies. Right, Smirnov claimed he had knowledge of Russian intelligence using a Kyiv hotel to record conversations with Hunter Biden that, quote, proved he was taking money. And then the other claim is that Smirnov told the FBI in 2020 that both Hunter and Joe got $5 million from Burisma back in 2015 and 2016. So the big problem with that is that prosecutors say that Hunter Biden never actually traveled to Ukraine. So there's no way that he was or could have been recorded in a Kyiv hotel. And then to top it off, Smirnov's claims that he was directly told about the bribes in 2015 and 2016 were clear lies, right? Since he didn't even start any contact with Burisma until 2017. And quote, in short, Smirnov transformed his routine and unextraordinary business contacts with Burisma in 2017 and later into bribery allegations against Joe Biden, the presumptive nominee of one of the two major political parties for president, after expressing bias against Biden and his candidacy. One of the reasons we're now finding out so many details about all this is because prosecutors actually feared that he was a flight risk due to his extensive contacts with foreign intelligence agencies and having millions of dollars in cash on hand. So they gave this information to the court in an attempt to keep him behind bars pending their charges. So there, his team actually convinced a judge that he should just be under electronic monitoring in exchange for surrendering his U.S. and Israeli passports. With this, prosecutors also wanted to emphasize just how dangerous this false information was and wrote, he is actively peddling new lies that could impact U.S. elections after meeting with Russian intelligence officials in November. And quote, it targeted the presumptive nominee of one of the two major political parties in the United States. The effects of Smirnov's false statements and fabricated information continued to be felt to this day, which appears to be a clear reference to the shit still going on in Congress right now over Hunter Biden's time with Burisma. And of course, all of this is notable because Republicans have been trying to use this as an angle to attack Joe Biden. And Smirnov's supposed evidence was key in this, as it was a direct accusation that the Bidens got cash for influence. Yet despite this bombshell, the Republicans are charging forward. The House Judiciary GOP tweeting, 4 key facts will never change. 1, Hunter Biden sat on Burisma's board. 2, he was unqualified to do so. 3, Burisma pressured him to get DC to act on policy issues in Ukraine. 4, Joe Biden did just that. But of course, we saw that get immediate pushback. People responding, your star witness is a Russian asset and you knew it all along. And did you clear this with the Russians before posting it? As well as tell me what Jared and Ivanka's qualifications were and then I'll take you seriously. And this is
Wait a second. I'm sorry, did I miss something in this that they knew that he was?
Parties in the United States. The effects of Smirnov's false statements and fabricated information continued to be felt to this day, which appears to be a clear reference to the shit still going on in Congress right now over Hunter Biden's time with Burisma. And of course, all of this is notable because Republicans have been trying to use this as an angle to attack Joe Biden. And Smirnov's supposed evidence was key in this, as it was a direct accusation that the Bidens got cash for influence. Yet despite this bombshell, the Republicans are charging forward. The House Judiciary GOP tweeting, 4 key facts will never change. 1, Hunter Biden sat on Burisma's board. 2, he was unqualified to do so. 3, Burisma pressured him to get DC to act on policy issues in Ukraine. 4, Joe Biden did just that. But of course, we saw that get immediate pushback. People responding, your star witness is a Russian asset and you knew it all along. And did you clear this with the Russians before posting it? As well as tell me what Jared and Ivanka's qualifications were and then I'll take you seriously. And this, as Democratic Representative Eric Swalwell said, there you have it. James Comer and Jim Jordan have been doing the work of Russia's intelligence service. Although Swalwell isn't without his own controversies right now, with him being accused by those on the right of using campaign funds for personal travel and resorts. So, speaking of Comer and Jordan, there are some thoughts out there that Hunter Biden could go after them for defamation. There, I will say proving defamation in court is extremely difficult. But also, I mean, let's be honest, none of this is going to stop Trump and the Republican Party from shouting Biden crime family. I mean, all of this has now come out, and you have Jim Jordan just kind of repeating that House Judiciary GOP tweet, but in real life, saying it doesn't change the fundamental facts, and reporters having to push back going, yes, it literally does change the facts, because what so much of this specific area was based on is not true. And it very much seems like he does not mind pushing Russian disinformation if he can do it effectively enough to his base, it can help him. And then, do you think that you could actually handle a trip to Mars, that little red planet? And I ask because you could actually be gearing up for a trip there next year, because NASA actually just put out a job listing titled Mars. SE.com
Skipping to actual news.
And then coverage of the Gaza war in the New York Times and other major newspapers has heavily favored Israel. That's what was revealed in a quantitative analysis by The Intercept, with them going through the coverage by the Times, the Washington Post, and the Los Angeles Times in the first 6 weeks of the conflict, looking specifically at the period between the October 7th attack by Hamas that killed 1,100 2,139 Israelis and foreign workers, and November 24th, which was when both sides had agreed to a humanitarian truce to enable the hostage exchange. And during those 6 weeks, 14,800 Palestinians were killed, including 6,000 children. And of course, those numbers have only grown since. Now, there is one thing I want to clarify right off the bat before we dive into this. I am in no way contesting the fact that October 7th was a massacre or a tragedy, nor am I saying the lives of innocent Israelis are less worthy than any other lives. I'm just emphasizing that the Palestinian lives lost have not been treated with the same level of emotive coverage. Right? And so for this analysis, The Intercept pulled more than 1,000 articles from these 3 publications, and they tallied up the usage of certain words like Palestinian, Gaza, and Israeli. And a very key thing here is this did not include editorial pieces or letters to the editor, which would obviously be biased. This exclusively draws from what's supposed to be objective news coverage. But despite that, The Intercept says that the tallies reveal a gross imbalance in the way Israelis and pro-Israel figures are covered versus Palestinians and pro-Palestinian voices, with usages that favor Israeli narratives over Palestinian ones. And we should dive into the specifics to really understand this, because The Intercept outlined 4 key findings from their analysis, with the first being the disproportionate coverage of Israeli and Palestinian deaths. Right across all 3 papers, the words Israeli or Israel appeared more than the word Palestinian or iterations of it, and this even as the number of Palestinian deaths began to surpass Israel deaths by a huge margin. The research specifically finding, for every Palestinian death, Palestinians are mentioned once. For every Israeli death, Israelis are mentioned 8 times, or a rate 16 times more per death than that of Palestinians. Second, The Intercept found that the 3 publications use highly emotive terms like slaughter, massacre, and horrific pretty much exclusively to describe Israeli civilians killed by Palestinians, but not vice versa. In articles that they looked at, the word slaughter was used 60 times to describe the killing of Israelis, but just once to describe the killing of Palestinians. Similarly, horrific and massacre were written 38 and 120 times respectively when talking about Israeli deaths, but only published 4 times.
Because it's kind of weird to call something a massacre. There's like a connotation. There's like a connotation of, oh shit, they're fighting. Oh shit, my first arena fight. Ah, that dude made it out all right. There's like a connotation of people like pulling the trigger or walking over and, you know, cutting people down immediately when it comes to a massacre, right? I don't know, maybe it's like a personal thing, but it feels weird to call something that involves like a bomb to call it a massacre, right? The massacre thing feels just like way more visceral and personal than a bomb, which is very impersonal, right? Maybe I'm super wrong on that, but massacre, what was the other one? Horrific. I guess you could call stuff that's going on in Gaza horrific. Sure.
Each when discussing Palestinian deaths. And to really illustrate the discrepancies here, The Intercept provided specific examples, like with what it called a typical headline from the Times that was published in mid-November for a story describing accounts of the October 7th attack. With that headline reading, "They ran into a bomb shelter for safety. Instead, they were slaughtered." And then by contrast, here's the headline of what The Intercept dubbed the most sympathetic profile of Palestinian deaths in Gaza that the Times printed. "The war turns Gaza into a graveyard for children." But then even there, the word graveyard is a quote from the UN. And the story about all those children's deaths used no emotive terms comparable to the ones in the story about the October 7th attack. And then there was also another one. The Post utilized the term massacre multiple times to describe the events of October 7th, like with this lead in an article 10 days after. President Biden faces growing pressure from lawmakers in both parties to punish Iran after Hamas's massacre. Meanwhile, a story on November 13th about the stunning fact that the war had killed 1 in every 200 Palestinians never once used the words massacre or slaughter. Instead, the outlet just saying that the Palestinians had been killed or died, and often while using the passive voice. And this, even though the Post explicitly noted that most of the dead are women and children. Which then brings us to the third key point, the lacking coverage of the killings of Palestinian children and journalists. With The Intercept reporting, despite Israel's war on Gaza being perhaps the deadliest war for children, almost entirely Palestinian in modern history, there is scant mention of the word children and related terms in the headlines of articles surveyed. In fact, only 2 headlines in the 1,100 articles that this analysis looked at mention the word children in regard to Gazan kids. And that's even as they continue to make up a disproportionate amount of the dead. And similarly, this war has also been one of the most deadly in modern time for journalists, and in particular, Palestinian journalists. But the word journalist and variations like reporter only come up in 9 of the 1,100 headlines. And even though 48 Palestinian reporters had died in the 6-week period before the truce, just 4 of those 9 articles were about Arab journalists. And as The Intercept explains, the lack of coverage for the unprecedented killing of children and journalist groups that typically elicit sympathy from Western media is conspicuous. For example, far more Palestinian children died just during the first week of the Gaza bombing alone than in the first year of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But this is those 3 major publications ran numerous stories sympathetic to Ukrainian children fleeing the war during the first 6 weeks of the incursion. And in the same vein, these these outlets also published multiple pieces focusing on the risks that journalists face in the Ukraine war during its first 6 weeks, a period where 6 reporters had been killed, which by itself is already 6 too many, but also is a fraction of those who died in the Gaza war during that same length of time. And even just the words used to describe children killed in Gaza are slanted, with The Intercept specifically noting instances where both Israeli and Palestinian kids are being discussed in the same context. And Israeli kids are referred to as children, but Palestinian kids are called people under 18 or minors. And actually, here's another stark example. In an article about the hostage truce, the Post wrote, President Biden said in a statement Tuesday night that a deal to release 50 women and children held hostage by Hamas in Gaza in exchange for 150 Palestinian prisoners detained by Israel, with no mention of the Palestinian children and women who were also included among those 150. And then finally, the fourth major takeaway from this analysis that The Intercept outlined was that the 3 outlets provided much more coverage of anti-Semitic acts in the U.S. while focusing less on racist attacks against Muslims. Right during the first 6 weeks of the war, which notably was before the whole campus anti-Semitism debacle in Congress, the newspapers mentioned anti-Semitism 549 times and Islamophobia 79 times. And even though there were increased incidents of both anti-Jewish and anti-Muslim racism, 87% of mentions of discrimination were about anti-Semitism, while only just 13% was about Islamophobia. And so then taken all together, The Intercept argues that it's clear that these findings show that the deaths of Palestinians are not given the same coverage or emotional weight as those of Israelis, with it noting that Hamas's killings are painted as a cohesive, targeted strategy, while the killing of Palestinian civilians is presented as a series of one-off mistakes made thousands of times. And that is massively significant because these outlets play a huge role in shaping public perception of the conflict in the states. And those perceptions, they're no small matter. And this is something that The Intercept explains incredibly well and very powerfully, writing the stakes for this routine devaluing of Palestinian lives couldn't be higher. As the death toll in Gaza mounts, entire cities are leveled and rendered uninhabitable for years, and whole family lines are wiped out, the U.S. government has enormous influence as Israel's primary patron and weapon supplier. The media's presentation of the conflict means there are fewer political downsides to lockstep support for Israel. And some of these examples might seem subtle at face value, but they contribute to a much broader network of coverage that paints a picture that rarely humanizes Palestinians, which makes it harder to evoke sympathy from readers. But also, despite that, polling has shown a major shift in sympathy towards Palestinians among Democrats. Though notably, there is a huge...
The deaths have tapered off significantly. I don't know to like what extent though. I think that it was like a couple of hundred per day at first, and now it's just like a handful.
Generational divide there, with younger Democrats almost entirely driving the change. And very, very notably here, that is due in part to the fact that younger folks are increasingly turning away from these mainstream papers and getting their news of the conflict from TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and others. And this is at the same time, older Americans are getting their information about the war from print media and cable. And according to The Intercept, biased coverage in major newspapers and mainstream television news is impacting general perceptions of the war and directing viewers towards a warped view of the conflict. And all that has created the situation where you have politicians and talking heads trying to discredit the shift in pro-Palestine views among young folks as social media misinformation, even though in reality this analysis shows that they're getting a slanted picture from their sources. But with all that said, I now want to pass the questions off to you. What are your thoughts and experiences with really any aspect of what we're talking about today, especially with like what have your experiences been with different generations or people that use different news sources? Because while it's always been the case to a certain degree, it does feel like more...
Okay, let me slow this down significantly. And then I think we got time for like 1 or 2 more things before I, let's see here. Let's see. Google's freaking out because people are using TikTok search engine. No. Link that in the Discord and I can read about it and then I can have like an actual take about it tomorrow. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to go ahead and end stream. I think that we've gotten everything that we can out of today. And we can reconvene tomorrow and see if I can pull any debates, something like that. But I'm hungry. I haven't eaten an actual meal today. So I'm going to do that, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. All right? I love you guys very much. Catch you then. If you guys haven't already, please subscribe to the YouTube or follow me on Kick. And, we have the memberships on YouTube. We have the subscriptions on Kick. If you guys want to, throw a couple of bucks my way, there are some nice little treats for you. Different emotes and different AI things that the editor can do for you. All right. I'm really bad at promoing. I love you guys very much.